Hello, good evening. Good evening. Just finished our setup here. I put myself in a channel. Okay, I think that's gonna work. I think maybe. Oh, I can't see my. Change my layout, and now I can't see audio mixture. Let me create a custom. I hate all these layouts. I hate all of these layouts now. Okay. Okay. Hi. Man, I am making a mess. I'm trying to fix my YouTube account. Because I wanted to, like, I haven't been uploading videos because I merged them together. I merged my ancient YouTube account. Is that reactive not working? Why? Why isn't it working now? Why aren't you doing the thing? I'm in a call. Nothing wants to work right now. Nothing at all. It's not being reactive. Oh, wait. That's the... Is this why? That's why. I turned the wrong one on. I turned the static one on. There we go. Yeah, so, like, I want to, get the videos on YouTube. And I merged the accounts. And, like, I disconnected and reattached it on Twitch. And I choose... There's a channel choice. I choose the channel I've been using forever. And it doesn't. The one Twitch is connected to is the default Google one that I don't have anything on. And I don't know why. I'm gonna have to figure that out later. Every thing about fixing it is just like just disconnect and reconnect with the correct one. It's the correct one. It has multiple channels technically, but it's not sending it to the one I chose. I'm gonna give it some time. Not that like it really matters. I might just have to like make that one work. Might have to make that channel work. Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Right. Close all this garbage. Gone. Okay. Alright. Now we can get started here. Turn on my chat overlay. Alright. 2.4 trader. I wonder who that could be. Try as I might, I cannot shake a creeping sense of dark foreboding. But it avails us not to fret about the unknown. We must concentrate instead on the problems of the present. The primals have been relatively quiet of late, and the beast tribes who summon them are under constant surveillance by the grand companies. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting to the good stuff. Should any suspicious activity be afoot, you may be certain that we will hear of it. And until such time as a permanent solution to the primal problem has been found, we can do little but wait and observe. As for the Ascians, Urianger is wholly dedicated to finding the means by which he may defeat the dark beings. Let us pray for good tidings on that front. But all of this you knew already. Let us speak then of more current matters, in particular, the state of the Crystal Braves. Alfino did well to found the organization, but ensuring its smooth operation is another matter entirely. Though I doubt not that he is doing his best, I felt that a helping hand or two would not go astray. To this end, I offered to send one of the Archons to assist him, but he declined. You know how he can be, independent to a fault, and singularly loath to accept help. Save, of course, when that help comes from you. Alfino has entrusted countless matters of import to your care in the past, and I believe he would not hesitate to do so again, were you to offer. I should be most grateful if you would go to him and support him in whatever manner you are able. Sure thing. Infi. What's wrong with you, Alfino? I'm watching you. What is it, Cedric? Do be concise, I am rather busy. You would lend a hand, you say? I see. But now that you mention it, there is a matter that wants for attention. Given its sensitive nature, I was hesitant to entrust it to my braves, but the demands upon my time were such that I had little choice. Which is not to say that my men went for labor. Though we are but newly formed, there is already a great demand for our services. We are hard-pressed to answer all petitions. But I digress. The fact is, I would sooner attend to this particular matter myself, but my presence is required elsewhere. That being the case, I have entrusted its resolution to my second-in-command, Captain Ilberd. Tell him that I sent you, and he will furnish you with the particulars. My thanks in advance, Cedric.
Hail to you, Scion. How might we serve you?
Alfino sent me to help you out.
Commander Leveilleur bade you serve us?
Yeah.
These are welcome tidings indeed. Given the sensitive nature of the task, I could not rely on one of my own.
Well, really?
That which I'm about to tell you, I tell you in the strictest confidence.
Uh-huh. What happened?
Some days ago, we received certain documents from an anonymous source. They notified us of the presence of a Garlean agent within the ranks of one of the Grand Companies. Following some discreet inquiries, we identified a suspect among the Immortal Flames, whom we detained for questioning.
Oh, I think I remember this stuff.
Alas, the man was not our agent. He was but one of many men in the agent's employ.
I think I remember this.
We pressed the traitor for a name, but he
How's
had
this
none
sound?
to give.
I turned it up some.
He claims never to have met his master, whom he knows only as the Ivy. He was, however, certain that this Ivy had coiled itself around every part of the Immortal Flames. It would seem our quarry joined the company some time ago, and gradually recruited others to his cause. These conspirators are the vines by which he learns our secrets, all without exposing himself. It won't be easy to identify the Ivy amidst this tangled mass of subterfuge, but we have a tendril in our hands, and we shall follow it all the way to the gnarled root.
The Ivy. Yeah, I'm sure that's the only problem.
Much as I would prefer to proceed with due discretion, circumstances demand that this matter be settled post-haste. Garlemald's War of Succession nears its end, and it is feared that the Empire will soon resume its march on Eorzea. When it does, we can ill afford to have traitors in our midst. The Ivy must be rooted out now. We must begin by apprising General Roban of our findings. I would ask that you accompany me to the Hall of Flames, and remain on hand to see that things go smoothly. Assuming the Ivy's tendrils are as widespread as we believe, he will be aware that an investigation is underway. And if that is the case, he may well move against us. We must be prepared for anything, while taking care not to betray our purpose by seeming prepared. A simple enough task for a one-man army like you.
Yeah, no problem. Easy peasy. See what happens if I try to export one. See what it says. There's a setting for making one the default. I don't know. Let's see. Hall of Flames though. Alright. I had nothing to do. Pretty cool stuff. I had nothing to do. Like, I woke up decently early. I already had nothing to do before this, so I was trying to fix all kinds of stuff. And then I realized that at like 9:45. Let me try to fix this. Oh wait, it's time to start.
Well, well. What brings you here, my friend?
We're having a problem.
He is here at my behest. Greetings, Roban. It has been a while.
Hilbert, you old scoundrel. When they told me you'd be visiting, I scarce believed my ears. But look at you. The honored captain of the Crystal Bloody Braves. Who'd have imagined, eh?
Not many, but fewer still would have imagined your destiny lay in politics, old friend.
Aye. We've both come far, have we not? Lest you wonder, Hilbert and I go back a long way. We've been friends and rivals since we were lads. The last time we saw each other, Alamigo had just fallen, so you can guess how many summers it's been. And in all that time, not a word from the fool.
Is it 15 or 20? I forget what they said before.
Ah, well, my dealings tended toward the modest and mundane, unlike some I could mention. As I hear it, no sooner did you reach Thanalan than the brass blades clapped you in irons and dragged you off to die on the blood sands.
That sounds like the
Being a
cops to me.
stubborn sort, you won 1,000 matches and earned yourself a place in the people's hearts while you were about it.
I forget. I know they said it.
Then, with
I know
your
they said it
mountain
earlier.
of prize money, you bought the Colosseum and secured a seat on the Syndicate. Those balls, brother! Rags to riches does not do it justice. You're a hero to the common man.
Bah, spare me. I am no hero. If anyone is worthy of that title, it's our friend here. Next to him, I'm little more than a glorified butcher. But you, Hilbert, you sell yourself short. By all accounts, you are an adventurer of some standing.
I like to think that I did my part for the greater good. But if you're no hero, then I'm no adventurer, not in this company. Anyway.
Anyway.
I have tidings.
So there has been progress. I've let it be known that this meeting is a reunion between old friends. None will give your visit a second thought. To convene elsewhere would only attract attention. Let us speak here, in plain view of all.
Like my chair's finally dying.
So it is we who have been compromised. Teleji Adeleji's machinations have shaken Ul'dah to her foundations. In such uncertain times, a man's loyalty may be bought for a fistful of gil. But if this snake has truly been in our midst for as long as you say, we must needs consider a far graver possibility. Conspiracy. Could it be that the monitorists have been in league with the Empire from the first?
Wherever they get money from.
Very well. I will have my most trusted men investigate the matter. Continue your inquiries in the meantime. It does me well to see you again, old friend. When next we meet, let it be over a flagon of ale.
I look forward to it. Let us reminisce of bygone days, and drink to the future of our homeland.
Aha.
Flame General. You wear the mantle well, old friend. I must work hard if I'm to keep up. Well, it would seem your services were not required after all. I dare say we have Roban's prudence to thank for that. Still, I was glad of your presence. My thanks, Scion.
My chair doesn't stay up anymore, I guess. The hydraulics are dead. You pick up. I don't know why I didn't pick up the tank. I'm gonna pick up the tank stuff. For Dark Knight. Because I don't know if I have the seals to buy it stuff it. Yeah, it's ancient at this point. When did I buy it? Probably nearly a decade ago. I bought it on clearance. I mean, it's an easy fix if I feel like doing it. I don't think I feel like doing it though. Let's see. Why do I have to do that? What? Let's see. I'm gonna look it up for fun. $2014. It is 8 years old. 8.5. Well, it's just the hydraulics. If I felt like it, I could easily just buy the right size one, knock this one out of there. Knock this one out of there is a heck of a time. I've done it before. Not this one, but on an older chair. It is stuck in there very well. But if you can manage to get it out with some WD-40 and a hammer, you just put the new one in just like you built the chair the first time. Our hunt for the ivy begins in earnest, Scion. Suffice it to say, we must tread warily, but one misstep may well cost us our lives. Our business here is concluded for the time being. Let us return to the Rising Stones and report to Commander Levelua. I bought this thing, it was like originally $500. I bought it on clearance for $250. And for this to be the only problem in 8 years, I'm fine with that. I don't need to raise it. I don't particularly need to raise it. I could actually... We have another chair. If that's the same size, I could knock it out of both of them and just swap cylinders. That might be a thing. Might be a thing I do. Oh, Duolingo, I forgot about you, Duolingo. Sorry, Duolingo. Don't hunt my family down, Duolingo. I'll do it in a moment. Do I need this to be on or off? Off. Who knows whether it's going to be voiced or not? We returned from Modal, Commander. And not a moment too soon. Something has happened. Trouble? You will recall that the 4th was tasked with reconnoitering the rendezvous site used by the Ivy's minion and his Imperial contacts. Soon after you left, we received word that the unit was ambushed en route to its destination. God damn it. According to the report, one of ours has been taken captive. The Gallians are not wont to treat their foemen with dignity, and I have grave fears for her safety. We must dispatch a rescue party at once. Recall those braves who are afield. Begging your pardon, Commander, but we have not the time. I'm afraid I must ask you for your aid once more, Scion. An ill-prepared rescue party will only serve to provide the Guardians with more captives. Yet time is of the essence. Simply put, you're the best chance we have. Captain Ilbert has the right of it. I trust you are willing, but of course you are. Now, Alienne of the 4th lies in wait in the Tangle, near the entrance to Castrum Sentry. Seek her out, and she will apprise you of the situation. You got it, bruh. Yeah, I just have to raise my armrest up. Because when it's just a little low, it starts to hurt my wrist pad here. Maybe I'll just remove my wrist pad. For now, that's what it's gonna have to be. I think that's just how we're gonna have to do. And sucks to learn, but I mean, it's not like eating them. It's not actually doing any damage. Alright. Okay. You would aid us in the rescue mission? We are in your debt, warrior of light. Now, time is against us, so allow me to brief you on the situation. The Garleans fell upon us without warning, wounding poor Rish and hauling her away to the Castrum yonder. Outnumbered as we were, it was all we could do to flee and regroup. Even as we speak, the Garleans may be interrogating Rish, or worse. With her hurts, I fear that she will not long survive their attentions. We must rescue her without delay. Our order may yet be in its infancy, but the bond that binds us is as strong as mithril. None of us will stand by while a comrade suffers. We, the remnants of the 4th, will infiltrate Castrum Sentry. Please help us find Resh before it's too late. I'm just gonna fly over. Drop in on them. Oh my. Oh. Fine, Rush. Is she in this room? No. Oh, there she is. Oh, Vincent, come out so you can get some XP. I moved my bars too, so that more of them are visible down here. I thought it'd be nice, in case people were curious about what I do here. I don't think anybody is, but yeah, you know. A little weird for me, but where am I? Yeah. Resh, thank the gods we found you. And thank you, Warrior of Light. Now to quit this accursed place. Resh cannot move with those wounds. He will need to be carried out. I believe a diversion is in order. Might we trouble you to provide one? Given your reputation, I suspect the guardians will be only too happy to grant you their undivided attention. If you were to create a commotion within the cash room, we should be able to steal away unnoticed. Let us speak again once we are safely outside these walls. No, I just thought it was nice instead of cover. Well, this guy still covers them some, but when I have the camera up, you can see all of them now instead of like 2 buttons. I'll probably turn that on later. Right now it's still lights off time. Come on, man. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Get deleted. Ah. I'm gonna delete this one first. Visionary Advisor. Oh, can I wear it? I can wear it. Quite the shade of copper there, though. Oh, it's bothering somebody else now. I have waited your return most anxiously, my friend. You have done us a great service indeed. Thanks to your aid, our comrade Resh is safe. We suffered no further casualties. Words cannot well express my gratitude. All that is left is to report the mission success to Commander Levedilla. Should go on ahead to the Rising Stones. Okay. Careful. Legacy of a leg. I don't know. I don't know when I'm gonna do that. I'm thinking about doing it. I don't know how long the Crystal Tower takes to actually like read through. I think I did not read like any of it first time. If I did, I don't remember any of it at all. I'm pretty sure I skipped through it. We were just trying to... Did I read it? I don't know. I think I just skipped through it so we could unlock it. Before it was required. Before it was even like, before Shadowbringers even. It does me well to see you thus returned. Though I doubt not your prowess, entering an enemy stronghold is generally considered to be a risky venture. We've already been in there like 2 or 3 times, haven't like, at least once. And I must confess to having been a trifle anxious, but here you are, hale and whole, having succeeded in your mission as it is your wont. Lest you wonder, the woman you rescued is being cared for by the Domans. Thanks to their expert ministrations, the danger is past. You have my gratitude, Cedric. I wonder how that happened. Allow me to thank you also, Scion. Rush owes you her life. We escaped with minimal casualties this time, but we can ill afford to be caught off guard again. The Empire is not an opponent to be trifled with. As you say, Commander, I will see to it that the men keep their wits about them. And it may yet take time, but I will not rest until we have identified and apprehended the Ivy. I have every confidence that you will succeed, Captain. As for you, Cedric, I realize you have scarce caught your breath, but I'm afraid there is no rest for the weary. I require that you accompany me to Coerthus. I've been granted an audience with an Ishgardian dignitary, you see, and the man expressly requested your presence. Oh, it's Horshaphon, right? Ah, do not look so surprised. You should be familiar with the trappings of fame by now. We shall depart as soon as you are ready. Yeah, let's go. Pick these up. Armory chest. Hold on to that for now. I put that in the chest. What is this? What is this flap for? Come on. What? We got the thigh zone, the thigh gap zone right there, and a flap. Why? What? Who designed this? We've been blessed with a rare opportunity, Cedric. An audience with an ambassador of the Holy See of Ishgard. We are to treat with Sir Emmerich, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights in Camp Dragonan. Ooh. It is considered a great honor to serve the Holy See directly as a Temple Knight. Needless to say, their leader wields tremendous political influence. We would be wise to court his favor. For that reason, I consider your attendance essential. If Sir Emmerich wishes to meet the man behind the legend, I would not deny him the pleasure of your company. The antecedent should see the wisdom of this plan when you request her permission to accompany me to Coerthus. Mayhap you feel this to be a waste of your talents, which could doubtless be put to nobler use. If so, I should remind you that more good can be accomplished with the stroke of a pen than the thrust of a sword. Speak to Midway first. That was going to Ishgard. A meeting with an Ishgardian ambassador. By all means, I think it is a wonderful idea. We've received no reports of etheric disturbances or unusual beast tribe activity of late. Alfino believes your presence may help him secure more favorable terms. I see no reason to deny him. Yeah, no problem. Antecedent. I take it Cedric has explained the situation? He has. Yet welcome though these overtures are, I cannot help but wonder what prompted them. The Ishgardians have spurned all contact with the other city-states for decades. Why reach out now? Would that I knew! The question of their motives is one to which I have given no small amount of thought. Alas, I know no more than is generally known. The notoriously reclusive nation of Ishgard, situated at the center of Albathia's spine, ruled by the Ishgardian Orthodox Church at the head of which presides the Archbishop. Members of the original Eorzean Alliance formed in the wake of Alamigo's fall some 2 decades ago. There it is, 20 years ago. Alam is how long Ralban and Ilbert have not met each other. Friends of convenience who withdrew from the Alliance as soon as the Imperial fleet was routed at the Battle of Silver-Tear Skies. Since which time, their borders have remained closed to all outsiders. They rejected every one of their former allies' calls to reopen dialogue, turning a deaf ear to their neighbors' pleas even when the calamity loomed large. And on the fields of Cartano, where brave men and women laid down their lives in defense of the realm, their banners were conspicuously absent. Yeah. I've tried to convince Ishgard to rejoin the Alliance at every opportunity. I've explained over and over again that unless Eorzea stands united, we cannot hope to preserve our freedom. One by one, our nations will fall, as once fell El Amigo. It's because of the Ascians, dude. And what have mine efforts yielded? Why not? Surely this can be considered a step in the right direction? I should hope so. Rather than the lowly messengers we have been fobbed off with in the past, this time we shall meet with a man of genuine influence. Of course, I'm not so naive as to think that they come to us out of the goodness of their hearts. We have something to desire, though I have yet to find out what. But such is the nature of diplomacy. They will bring their agendas to the negotiating table, and so will I, along with a handful of incontrovertible truths. The Empire will soon be at our doorstep once more. Indeed. You may be assured that I will expound upon this point and others. Let us depart for Camp Dragonhead. Cedric, our old friend Lord Horsefant, is expecting us. Since our quest to recover the Enterprise, I understand you have further ingratiated yourself with the men. Excellent work. His fondness may prove useful to our cause. Probably. That reminds me. The one thing that I don't remember which one. Alright, anyway. Camp at Dragonhead. Why am I going outside? Why would I not just do this? Running out 8th rate tickets though. I'd say that's the best part about leveling Blue Mage. Is getting the allied seals and turning them into 8th rate tickets and never paying for teleport again. I think I have like 1,000 of them on main. Or Shafar. Ah, Cedric, ever a welcome sight. Our hearts have been stoked to blazing in preparation for your arrival. It would not do for such a distinguished personage to catch cold whilst enjoying our hospitality. The gesture is much appreciated. I fear I shall ever struggle in cold climes. Ah, good Master Alfino, an honor as always. Likewise, Lord Hoshafant, forgive us yet another imposition. I fear we have relied overmuch on your aid since you so generously assisted us in locating the Enterprise. Nonsense. Any debts incurred have long since been repaid. Besides, who can say what the future may bring? House Forton may even seek the aid of your newly formed Crystal Braves. In any case, I am simply delighted that the Holy See is at last willing to grant you an audience. No doubt your discoveries at Snowcloak helped to justify the decision. This recent resurgence in heretical activity is of grave concern to us all. But to the matter at hand, Sir Emmerich arrived in Camp Dragonhead earlier, and I am told he is eager to meet with you at your first convenience. You are doubtless weary from your journey and desirous to rest a while by the warmth of our hearth. But if you are willing to forego such comforts, pray inform the knight stationed outside the intercessory. He will grant you entrance and send word to the other attendees. As inviting as your hearth sounds, I think it best we proceed to the intercessory forthwith. Nod. Nod, okay. Oh, that's base of operations at 3.0. We've been expecting you, sir. Pray, take your ease inside and I shall summon the others. This better be voiced.
Have faith, my friend. You need only state your case with confidence and clarity.
Commander Leveilleur, it is both an honor and a pleasure to meet you.
Oh, it's Emmerich.
I'm Emmerich, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights.
Alphino Leveilleur, at your service. Your reputation precedes you, Sir Emmerich. I think we will find that we have much in common.
Hi.
Speaking of reputations, yours towers over us all. Does it not?
No. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that.
It does indeed, Lord Commander.
I am not too proud to admit that I have followed your activities with an interest bordering on fascination. Full glad was I to learn that you would be joining us.
Why?
Now then, shall we begin?
Oh my.
We know full well that the Garleans will return in force ere long. What is more, we have yet to achieve a lasting victory over the primal menace. The beast tribes continue to summon their gods, and each incarnation is stronger than the last. Ishgard is not immune to these threats. I must reiterate that it would behoove your nation to rejoin the Eorzean Alliance.
Once again, I must respectfully disagree.
On what grounds?
Despite their presence in Kurthus, the Ixal do not concern us. Their territorial claims pertain to Gridanian lands, and it is the people of Gridania whom they harry.
Sure.
Consequently, the Holy See judges this to be a Gridanian affair, and Ishgard does not intervene in the internal affairs of other nations. Even were that not the case, our forces are wholly committed to the Dravanian conflict. We have not the knights to spare.
That's where mutual aid
As
comes
for the
into play,
Guardians,
man.
We are not ignorant of history. We have observed the rise and expansion of the Empire, and we agree that it is only a matter of time before they resume their campaign in Eorzea.
Then surely it would be in our best interests to present a united front.
Yeah.
Mayhap one day, but not yet.
You gotta wait till
Van
they're...
Belsar is dead, and the legion of conscripts he left behind lacks the will to fight. We think it highly unlikely that they will emerge from behind the walls of their castra for some time.
Forgive me, but if Ishgard's position has not changed, why did you agree to this meeting?
What's a fair question?
It was not only as a representative of Ishgard that I came here.
Pardon?
It is not within my power to change Ishgardian policy, regardless of my personal feelings. There is, however, one area in which I may exert a measure of influence. Concerns have been raised over the supplies House Fortin has offered to Revenant's Toll. These have led to calls for restrictions on the provision of aid to foreign powers.
Of course it has.
I can ensure that the shipments continue unabated.
That is certainly nice.
Sir Emmerich, we would be in your debt.
No, you would not. For I require something in exchange.
There it is.
Of late, there has been a flurry of Dravanian activity, the purpose of which was not immediately clear. However, our astrologians have since observed alarming changes in the heavens. The dragon star waxes unnaturally bright, and there are whispers that it portends the resurrection of Midgard-Sorma.
No.
The fallen guardian of Silvertear Falls? That's absurd.
hold that thought
Full many
up, you know.
times have I gazed upon the dragon's corpse still wound around the Agrius, and wondered how different our world might be if it yet lived to plague the skies. I do not know, and I do not wish to know, nor does any son of Ishgard. Yet the mere presence of Dravanian forces is not sufficient grounds to send knights to Mordona, whatever our astrologians say. As I told you before, we have not the forces to spare.
But we do. So you will intervene on our behalf if we agree to watch over the Keeper of the Lake.
Do you accept these terms?
I mean, we can just see it from home.
I do.
Yeah.
I will see that you are kept abreast of any developments. I regret that we could not come to a similar agreement on other matters, but I understand that you are not at liberty to make such decisions. Nevertheless, I hope that what we have accomplished here today will serve to demonstrate to your countrymen that we can work together towards a common goal. Mayhap one day we shall look back on this moment as the first step towards a united Eorzea.
Mayhap we shall, Commander.
Emeric's great.
What is the meaning of this?
Thank you, Horsefall.
The caravan, my lord. It's been attacked.
Again,
It
another.
was Iceheart, my lord.
Oh.
What? By the Fury! All our precautions were for naught?
We're gonna have to deal with that. Tank, pants. Oh, so maybe I'll get through as much of this today and then pause for Crystal Tower tomorrow? I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing yet. Just when we were starting to make progress, and to make matters worse, the caravan they spoke of was bound for Ravenous Toll of all places. Honestly, were I so inclined, I should think the gods were conspiring against us. Happily, however, I am not. I would know more of this attack. Let us speak with Lord Horsefall and find out what he has learned. The intercession of 6. I don't know how long. I feel like 2.4 is pretty long though. Sometimes one quest is half an hour and sometimes a quest is like 5 minutes. My sincerest apologies for the interruption, my friends, but the situation is such that we must act swiftly. If you would be so kind as to elaborate. Iceheart's heretics fell upon the caravan bound for Ravenous Toll as it was passing through Boulder Downs. It was an ambush, swift and ruthless. In an instant every knight was slain, every crate seized. Then, as quickly as they had appeared, they were gone. It would be an impossible feat without knowledge of the route, knowledge to which only a select few are privy, I presume. Quite. We can pursue that avenue of inquiry in due course. It seems to me that examining the scene of the ambush should be our first concern. The trail is yet warm. We must act swiftly, as Lord Horsefall said, lest crucial evidence be lost. We have a knack for discerning hidden truths, Cedric. Why don't you go and inspect the ambush site in person? An excellent idea. Inform my men of your intent upon arrival, and they will gladly share their findings. Yeah, I can handle that. All the way down that corner, okay. That. Yeah. What is the thing? I don't know what the... Okay. Imperial ship? Oh, not stone, it's metal. don't know what that is. Hey, let me check out stuff. Move along, adventure. There's nothing for it. Eh, Lord Orshafant bids you speak with us. You must beg your pardon, sire. As you can see, they left an airy crate behind. Tipped the wagon for good measure, even. The whole thing's a bit odd, if you ask me. Would have been easier to just steal it. A damn sight harder to conceal it, I'll allow. Reckon they came prepared, probably with wagons of their own hidden a way off. But pay no heed to my ramblings. Absent of proof does not but speculation. Might be as the squire receiving care at the observatorium could tell you something more factual. That is, if he is awake. Unlike myself, he was there during the attack. Not that his presence amounted to much. Look, he survived. He's got information. Be nice. Hurt. You don't have to be a jerk about it. Man, come on. If you're gonna be that way, why did you have any knights there at all? They were none of them were useful. So, you've come to ask about the attack, haven't you? Came upon them before the entrance to the halls of the Seven Echoes. Pilgrims, we marked them as, lost and nearly quit for a journey further north. Our leader called out to them and one stepped forward to answer. Slowly she approached, her silver hair flowing in the wind like melting snow. Just a young girl, I thought, some poor lost lamb in search of salvation. Our leader must have thought the same, else why would he let her draw so close? They exchanged some words I couldn't hear, and she leaned forward as if to kiss his cheek, and then he sighed and crumpled to the ground. I didn't know what had happened till I saw the snow turn red. And then there was red everywhere I looked. I tried to fight, but took a blow to the head. By the time I came to, the others were dead and the heretics were unloading the wagon. I couldn't... they'd have killed me, so I just lay still and listened. Iceheart's people spoke of deliverance and resurrection. They spoke of Shiva. Ooh. Shiva, huh? I know that name. Affino. Ah, you've returned. What news have you for us? Iceheart was there and they talked about Shiva and they took everything. It seems the Lady Iceheart does not scruple to sully her hands with blood. Who is this Shiva the heretic spoke of? Have you not read a single line of the Enchiridion, Master Alphino? Shiva was a traitor to kith and kin, an apostate who laid down with dragons. Now, we cannot expect all foreigners to know Ishgardian scripture so well, particularly when it concerns the patron saints of heretics. Wait, you say she is their patron saint? Oh no, it all makes sense now. Lord Horsefant, what was the caravan's cargo? If I recall correctly, the Diamond Forge had requested a rather large quantity of crystals. Do you not see? Iceheart and her followers intend to summon Shiva, as a beast tribe would a primal. Why else would they go to such lengths to secure crystals? I shall inform the Lord Commander at once. Lord Hoshafat, you would agree that discretion is of paramount concern? Of course. I trust we can count on your continued support, Master Alphino. Scions of the Seventh Dawn are sworn to combat the primal threat. Our support is a given. I will need to send word to my brethren in Revenant's Toll. Our entire order must turn its efforts to the prevention of summoning. Naturally, that includes you, though I am sure you would not miss this for the world. Nod. Star breaches. Armory chest. They're not bad, like, I don't have the knocked sets. On main, I have the Astrum set. Astrum and also the, what is it? Date Star. Persistent attacks on our caravan seemed little more than a nuisance at first. The heretics were a problem, to be sure, but a relatively minor one. That was before I discerned the purpose behind their attacks, of course. Now they have my undivided attention. After apprising Menphilia of the situation, I shall summon a unit of Crystal Braves to assist us. As for you, Cedric, pray join me in White Brim front. White Brim, huh? Okay. Since the incident at Snowcloak, the Knights of House Donender have redoubled their reconnaissance efforts in the region. It is my hope that they have information which may help us to determine precisely where the heretics are hiding. Given our mutual enemy, Lord Germont should be eager to oblige us. I shall see you there, then? Good. Yeah, I'll be over. Ugh. 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 I do believe the dryer is finished. I'm gonna land and I'm gonna go stop it from beeping incessantly because it just beeps forever all the time until you hit off. 1 second. Okay, there we go. The machine will shut up now. Ugh, man. Scions of the Seventh Dawn wish to join in the hunt for Iceheart. Your assistance is more than welcome, my friends. Considering the report I just received, I dare say your timing could be no better. We're all ears, Lord Gilmont. Yeah, this dryer, man, like, it beeps 3 times, like every 30 seconds. Like when it's done. Both the dryer and washer both. It's a, you know, all in one thing. And I don't know why. Why would it do it? Like every 30 seconds for like 5 minutes. It's not like a couple times, like just in case you didn't hear it once. It's just like for a, way too long. Like I imagine, like if you turn it on and leave home and come back, like while you're gone, it's gonna beep like that. Bah, 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 like It's very like it gets you to turn it off, but you don't need to. You don't need to turn it off. It's already off. Like, I don't need to go get my stuff from it right away. Just beep 3 times and stop forever. And I'll get there eventually. The washer makes more sense because, you know, you want to go put it in the dryer right away so it's not gross. But why the dryer? Just beep and shut up forever. Like, I don't get it. Oh, Lux is live on again. He's been streaming all the time. A band of pilgrims was seen transporting a large number of crates to the west. Their garb appears to match the description provided by the squire who survived the attack. Alas, our scouts lost track of them at Snowcloak, the self-same frozen wall which we speculated might conceal the heretics' hideaway. Suffice it to say, the disappearance of these pilgrims and their provisions all but confirms our suspicions. I've heard enough. My knights will join the hunt. I took the liberty of summoning a unit of Crystal Braves to wipe her in front. Given the gravity of the situation, I trust you will agree that we must use every resource available to us. These are extraordinary circumstances, Commander. It would be in our best interest to coordinate our efforts. Such was my intent from the start, Sir Emmerich. And so it begins, my friend. Now I dare say I approve an all too brief collaboration. Iceheart will now elude the combined forces of the Crystal Braves and the Temple Knights for long. Nevertheless, a wise man does not wager all upon the success of a single solution. There may yet be subtler means by which we can locate the heretic's lair. Mayhap Lord Drillmont has one in mind. How do you pronounce French names? Because I don't know. Guessing. Yes, yes, excellent. My lady, everything has been accounted for. If there is aught else you would have us do, pray speak and it shall be done. Not to grieve. Okay. Bacon bread. Oh, I could go for bacon bread. And it seems as though we are always one step behind. Our quarry ever just beyond our reach. Though I would like to believe that the tables are about to turn, I must confess to have certain doubts. Joint effort may succeed where others have failed, but it could yet yield the self-same result. Fortunately, we're not without other options. I trust you haven't forgotten Inquisitor Guillaume? We have not. The mystery of how the heretic remained undiscovered for so long has been much in our thoughts, as has the question of what steps might be taken to prevent a similar breach of security in future. Accordingly, we conducted an exhaustive and covert evaluation of everyone on Wiper in front. Though some were found to have committed certain minor transgressions, we identified only one possible heretic. This man has pledged himself to Iceheart's cause. He will have taken note of the movements of the Temple Knights and the Crystal Braves, and upon recognizing their intent, he may attempt to warn the heretics. The man's watch is to end soon, at which point he must report to Sir Jean-Tremont at the yard. I would have you keep an eye on him. If he ventures beyond the walls, follow him discreetly. Should he meet with a heretic, do not interfere. Simply watch and listen. I have seen it that the suspect knows nothing which could endanger our plans. Excellent. Excellent planning there, sir. Jean-Tremont, you have a side quest? Oh, that's right, this guy's the problem, not this one. Suspected heretic leaves the southwest gate. Okay. Excuse me. Man, if this was Endwalker, it'd be one of the new following people quests. We actually have to hide properly and shit. Follows the road to the east. Alright. My goodness. Where is he? There he is. What got you now, sir? It's south. I don't see anybody now. Where'd he go? Oh, he's there. Okay. Hey, hey! We're in the 7 house already. I'm freezing my bullocks off here. I'm here, you blundering oaf. Why are you late? Standing on the wall. Why else? I have duties to fulfill, you know. Your sole duty is to the... Bloody echo. Lower your voice or the heroes and wiper in front. Yes, yes, of course, the temple knights are in Snowcloak. This is what you bring to me? We already knew about our comrades in Boulder Downs will use the tunnels dead before they know what's happening. Nevertheless, if you waste my time again, is that clear? Run away! Boulder down. Go to the wrong side. Peach Milk. I've seen you. I saw you the other day. How you doing, Peach Milk? Well, did your investigation bear fruit? I see. I shall have the man detained at once. His guilt is plain. Ah, what did you have heard their words more clearly? Yet, the few snatches you were able to make out are nonetheless enlightening. Seeing the heretics are aware of our operation, I am confident they can thwart it. Their comrades in Boulder Downs are key to their plans, which means it is key to our plans that they be rooted out and put to the sword. Vincent! Bye. The allied forces of Snowcloak are in danger, and Lord Jomot would have you assist him, ensuring their safety. We have long suspected that the heretics use a network of secret tunnels to traverse the highlands undetected. Given what you have overheard, I fear that Snowcloak may be riddled with such passageways, and that the heretics in Boulder Downs are planning to use them to take our forces unawares. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to happen. A contingent of House Dodendare Knights are on patrol in the area, and I shall order them to begin searching for the heretics at once. But knowing nothing of our enemies' numbers or readiness, I cannot say for sure that they will be sufficient. It would put my mind at ease if you would consent to assist my knights with the search. I know they would take courage from the presence of so storied a warrior. Pray rendezvous with them at Boulder Downs. If Halone is kind, we may catch these heretics before their plans come to fruition. Show them no mercy. Cedric, the lives of our allies are at stake. Yeah. A lot of words for go beat these people up. It's easier to go through the tunnel to over. I hope it doesn't block me from going over these. Well, that looks bad. You. Eat this. Oh man, I love that ability so much. Oh, stun, come on. Oh, I forgot to get Vincent back out. Darn it, Vincent. Oh wait. Search what? Ah. There's not actually. My knight sent no word of your coming. Cedric, what has happened? What is that in your hand? I found some stuff. By the fury, those were veterans with years of service. Now they lie dead in the snow. Their bodies must be recovered. No, we have not the men to spare. Not now. Not while Esra prepares to summon an abomination. Heretics you dispatched were not of sufficient number to contend with the combined strength of the Temple Knights and the Crystal Braves. There must be others, and I'll wager they are on their way to Snowcloak as we speak. To make matters worse, it seems the traitor you followed managed to pass the heretic something of value after all. The parchment you recovered is a timetable the guardsman watches at our outpost in Snowcloak. The traitor was stationed there long before he aroused our suspicions. Would that we had caught him sooner. With this information, the heretics would know when the watch was weakest. They could use their tunnels with impunity and prepare their ambush. The timetable is not changed. See, of course it would be changed now, but the heretics may already be in position. Astorndare must send reinforcements, even if it means withdrawing knights from the Stone Vigil. I can see no other way to safeguard the lives of our allies. Should probably change those like often. Like, that's a constant thing to have happen. I'm almost to Snowcloak. Okay. Oh, this is snow. All right, nice. Time is of the essence, Cedric. While my knights make ready to depart, the heretics may take our allies in Snowcloak unawares. Superior training equipment will avail them not if they are cut down ere their swords are drawn. But all is not yet lost. If you leave now, there may still be time to warn them. Make haste, I beseech you. Fly to Snowcloak and tell Sir Emmerich everything you have discovered. I will fly, literally, to Snowcloak. On my magic cat. Emmerich. Cedric, this is a welcome surprise, perhaps the only one thus far. As you can see, we have yet to uncover any hidden stuff's happening. Oh, you have my gratitude. Truth be told, we suspected the heretics might be plotting such an attack. Now that we have confirmation, I shall place my knights on high alert. Has Commander Leveleur been informed? The braves must be made aware. I mean, he's right here. We could have invited him to talk at the same time. You guys are just hanging out nearby each other, not like planning anything. It must be here, I'm certain of it. Why else would they go to such lengths to defend Snowcloak? It's but a pity this discovery comes when our enemy has us at such a disadvantage. Forewarned though we be, the heretics know the terrain far better than we. I dare not think how many are watching us at the very moment. Confound it. This is all wrong. Iceheart has us scrambling to save our own skins when we should rightly be straining every sinew to find her. Stop this damnable summoning. There she is! Come here, girl. Girl. Ida! That was close. They didn't hurt you, did they? Only my pride, Ida. There will be others nearby. We must see that they are given a similarly warm welcome. Commander Leveleur! Papalimo. There's been a development, sir. Together with the Temple Knights, we have secured the entrances to some half-dozen tunnels, after spotting the enemy breaking the surface. But that is not all, sir. We think that one of them may be important. Certainly the heretics near flung themselves upon our swords to defend it. Aha! Just as I suspected. Amongst this warren of tunnels lies the entrance to Iceheart's lair. Summon the others. We're going in. A moment, Alfino. The tunnel in question is barely wide enough for 2 men abreast. We cannot say with any certainty where it leads, much less what is waiting for us there. Furthermore, we have no way of knowing how many heretics are still lurking here on the surface. What if they were to converge on this point after we entered the tunnel? For all we know, we could be funneling our forces into a trap. There. I take your point. If the tunnel is indeed as narrow as you say, greater numbers would be more hindrance than a help. Should we encounter difficulty, our own allies would become an obstacle to escape. Ahem, change of plans. While we rendezvous with Sir Emmerich and keep the heretics at bay here, you will go wherever that tunnel leads. Find Iceheart at the end of it, do not let her escape. Venture into the unknown, so see that you are prepared for anything. I suggest you call upon your allies, though not too many or Papalimo will sulk. Nod. Nod. The entrance to the tunnel, sir, it's just over there. Had we not seen the heretics breaking the surface, we would never have noticed it. Per Sir Ermerich's order, we will stand guard outside. Please be aware that even should you encounter significant resistance, we cannot leave our post. How did my brain do that? Malfunctioning a bit right now. Alright, enter Snowcloak. There's no... That's weird. I know they started duty support. Did they talk about duty support for 3.0 or did they start it? I don't remember now. I think that's coming. Yeah, no, yeah, that's coming in the next patches. I'm gonna be like just on time. Oh, hey. Good. Yeah. Yeah, I just figured, I was like, wait, I remember watching about that. Because we get to go with Estinian and Estelle. Let's see. I've unlocked a bunch of stuff. I did my my hard modes and stuff. They don't bother doing the story. It's really like, yeah, that was, yeah. They did a lot. I understand that's a lot of stuff. Seems kind of weird, but you know, that's how it be. No cookie time. I wonder. I'm really thinking. I'm thinking if I hit 60, I don't know if I want to be Dark Knight, perfect for him. Dark Knight and Reaper, like perfect for him. If I hit 60, do I just open Gunbreaker and be a Gunbreaker and be level 60 Gunbreaker? I'm feeling very lazy, but we'll see. I love Dark Knight a lot. I got my chair to stay all the way up. It feels a bit better. My wrist is still bad though. Yeah, I know, I love Dark, but Gunbreaker is just like already level 60 with good gear. Right, so I skip having to gear up Dark. Yeah, probably, yeah, definitely. Most likely both. I'll just have to put this Squall Glamour on for Gunbreaker. I don't think I got this sword though. I don't remember now if I got his sword or not. Gunblade rather. And I've replayed 8 so many times and I want to play 8 again now. Oh yeah, sure. I didn't know what you're up to. Let me draw. Very cool. That's much appreciated for sure. Oh, and I get the XP bonus too. Very nifty. Man, I gotta work on what do I need? Commendations. I need to work on commendations for Mentor so badly. Oh. Healers! Oh, nice. Yeah, it was, and I worked real hard to get everything to 50 plus. I feel like that's the worst part of it all. Getting the 50. Oh, I didn't know trade mentor counted for given the XP bonus. That's pretty nifty. I did have trade mentor. I don't now. I didn't level anything to renew it. So I gotta. I don't know. I'm working on this. I believe I did the dungeon. I just need commendations, but it's like a lot of commendations. I forget which one I had. I've completed one of the two, but I don't remember which one. Now, of course, I don't think I don't have one of everything at 90 yet either. To open the app. There we go. I leveled a healer, but I'm not in the mood. Not in the mood at all. I feel like I haven't been here much. Yeah, I have. You have Gunbreaker at 86, so I don't have a tank at 90 yet either now. But I have Dragoon, I have a healer, of course. Through Summoner, Scholar. Boiled egg time. One's decided to be my friend. I like this one. Effects turned down, it's not bad. Might turn them up a bit more, battle effects. Oh, what did I... And... in the wrong stuff. Do that. Tiny key. Might be down too low. Do this. Side. Okay, both buffs. Forget how this works. I feel like I haven't done Snowfoot but like one time. Yeah. Find the item level? Snowball thing. I really don't know how to do this. I think I've ever known how to do this. Kill that thing, right? And then we need snowballs. Where's a snowball? Right, just too early. I should go ahead and change this fight. Because there's nothing that indicates what you should possibly do. But it's a weird fight. Yay! I don't want that. Oh man. Someday I'm gonna have to read about that a lot better. up to finger. Gross. Youpie, youpie. Oh, Fenrir. What's happening? Oh. Ow. Rambo. Ow. Ugh. I know fighting Fenrir better from COD. Ugh. Bosia. That's the weird part. I fought more Fenrir more in Bosia than I have in this dungeon. Oh, that's gonna finish it. I wanted one more Madare. Before I limit broke, but I didn't need the limit break. I guess my earrings here are incompatible with. Yeah! I'm getting more excited. I don't want antique green. I hate that these don't have real drops. Alright. Thank you very much. I got.
The tales do not do you justice, warrior of light.
5 quests till Shiva.
Yes, I know who you are, and you know who I am.
It's in line with the rest of like the hard mode dungeons at level 50.
I was given the name Izel, but I earned the name Iceheart.
You can trade them in for upgraded stuff that they've already given you now.
This endless cycle of hatred, of bloodshed, of sorrow. You would see it continue, O noble warrior of light.
The artifact set was item level 50, and you would use these to turn it in to get the item level 91. Now they just give you a coffer for the item level 91s as soon as you complete the level 50 job quest. Dead. So these have no use, I think. Or maybe it's to unlock the dyeable version? Or both? I think both. I don't know. They're not very useful anymore. Like, you can't do anything with them if you don't have the extra artifacts set to turn in.
I would not.
Yeah.
I will not. I will bring an end to this war between dragon and man, no matter the cost. In time, you will come to understand that what we do we do for the greater good. For Eorzea. For Hydaelyn.
That's definitely a huge crystal. Oh, bye. Fine then. Bye. That took longer than I expected. What news, Cedric? So Iceheart is but a pseudonym, not that it matters. She managed to escape. That she managed to escape is regrettable, but from your description of that beast, you did well to come as close as you did. In any case, now that you have cleared a path, the Temple Knights can begin to survey the tunnels in earnest. Mayhap they will even find a route past the ice wall. Wouldn't that do wonders for the fight against the heretics? The Crystal Braves would certainly share the credit for it too. 12 we pray, Cedric, may yet turn the situation to our advantage. Assuming we stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva, of course. Needless to say, our fellow Scions have not been idle. Minfilia and Orianger have been busy perusing the archives of House Forton, gathering what information they can on Shiva. Which reminds me, if you were intending to trudge back to Camp Dragonhead to report on the day's events, don't. The Anticipant should be here any minute. You can only assume some people enjoy subjecting themselves to this cold. Just get better clothes up, you know. Better clothes. Get a coat, man. See, she knows what she's doing. Anticipant, you come to us straight from the archives of House Forton. I trust your time there proved fruitful? Would that it had. Orianger and I scoured countless texts, but what we found was of questionable veracity. Accounts of Shiva's life and deeds are sparse and contradictory, only agreeing upon one point. She lay down with the dragon, the gravest of all sins, according to the Ishgardian faith. Yet in the eyes of Iceheart's followers, this was a holy act, the blessed union of man and dragon. How such a thing could even be possible is quite another question. Suffice it to say, I very much doubt that we will find a useful answer in the archives of House Forton. Much knowledge has been lost over the centuries, though in this case, one wonders if it is by circumstance or design. You said that Iceheart took a moment to plead her case prior to escaping, did you not? Viewed without prejudice, most would agree that bringing an end to an endless war serves the greater good. I think Sir Emmerich might take issues with her methods. Probably a little bit. I do not care if a few stragglers manage to escape. Until the sappers confirm that a tunnel is safe, the men are not to search it. Yes, Lord Commander. Pursue your foes with less zeal than I had expected, Sir Emmerich. Lest you misunderstand, I do not deny that our enemy has given us good reason to be prudent. I merely meant, you being a man of faith, that I had expected a certain single-mindedness. After all, it was not by the will of Helon that your ancestors came to this land. Was it not by the will? Why they took up arms against the Dravanians? What would they have done in your position, I wonder? There are those who believe that faith is a renunciation of free will, that unquestioning devotion is required of all who would live a life in service to the Fury. Such righteous fervor may well serve a knight on the front line, less so a leader of men. We are all at liberty to interpret the scriptures as we will. Oh, I choose to believe that the Fury would value the lives of her followers over the deaths of her enemies. But I would not presume to speak up for the Knights of Eld. 'Twas a different time, by a different era, and Scripture tells us only so much. But that it told us more. That man is awfully pragmatic for a servant of the Holy See. A welcome trait at the negotiating table, to be sure. Less so when one's enemies are making ready to harness the power of a god. Mayhap he does not truly believe that Iceheart's plan can succeed. Truth be told, I too remain somewhat skeptical. Shiva was real, a living, breathing woman. Of that there can be no doubt. In this respect she differs from every other figure to have been summoned, each of whom was worshipped as a god. The sole exception being good King Mogomog XII, the myth made manifest in response to the fervent supplications of the Mogosgard. Saint Shiva may differ, but what of the heretics? They are a tribe of outcasts at war with the mighty nation who yearn for the resurrection of the one who embodies their beliefs. If that is not placing one's faith in a higher power, then what is? Crystals and conviction, Ophelia, they have them both in abundance. Can that truly be all that is required? Yeah. My survey team has concluded a preliminary analysis of the Aetheryte Iceheart used to escape. They believe that she teleported to another Aetheryte somewhere not far to the west. Despite the apparent proximity of the second Aetheryte, however, they have been wholly unable to detect its presence directly. Unless Iceheart has some means to mask its signal, I can only presume she had it destroyed to prevent us from following her. Without the means to teleport as she did, we have no choice but to search for an alternate route, most likely a tunnel, assuming one exists. Let us not give up on teleportation just yet. One of our colleagues, Charlene, may be able to assist. Pray that you are right. I dare not think how long it will take us to survey the entire tunnel system. While Manfuria looks into our Aetheryte problem, I would like to request your assistance with another matter. Can't Yustola send us again? Like we did before? I guess that Aetheryte still exists next to Titan. We just hadn't been to it before. If that Aetheryte on the other end is gone, different matter. Third unit is currently tracking the remnants of the heretic force which attacked us. However, the search goes poorly, despite our numbers. Querthus is vast, and Iceheart's followers know the terrain far better than we. Your knowledge of this region may serve to hasten the process. The sooner we capture Iceheart's followers, the sooner we can press them for the leader's whereabouts. Also, though it is admittedly a selfish request, I feel that my braves would benefit immensely from working alongside you. While we have our share of veterans, we also have more than a few less experienced recruits, many of whom look up to you. In case you were not aware. Good, I knew you'd understand. You, Hase, can apprise you of the details. When the task is complete, come and find me at the observatorium. Captain Ilbert and I are meeting there to discuss the latest developments in investigation. Temple Knights shall hold Snowcloak in her absence. Let's leave them to their work. Ours is more pressing. There you are, Cedric. Commander Levedor instructed me to wait for you. Your assistance is most welcome, believe me. Most of the third hail from Oda, and for a man accustomed to the feel of sand beneath his boots, the crunch of snow can be rather disconcerting. But to the matter at hand. Nary a moment ago, I received word that the heretics we seek have been spotted making for Danafin Pass. My braves are already in pursuit, and I should be grateful if you would join them. I myself shall be taking part in the hunt. Never let it be said that I do not earn my coin. That's all you talk about, isn't it? So, talk a lot about money. lot about money. Not useful to me, but whatever. I want them. Oh! Special fate. Saw his balls, my ankle was on fire. Caught my boot on a rock or something and twisted it as I fell. Stairs went ahead through Denifin Pass. Hurry and you might catch up. If you aren't sure where to go, look for tracks. The snow is fresh, so they shouldn't be hard to find. Good job being unable to walk. Oh, hey. Didn't realize we were even still. Where? Oh, all the way over there. Didn't even realize you were stood there. Track leads southeast. Okay. I don't remember how long this stuff takes in between the two. Scion, what are you doing here? The heretics? I'm not sure. There was a great scale of beasts, and you and Hase, I think he already used on his own. The heretics split up, so we did too. You guys not know that like the first step of like living as a unit is to stay together? No wonder you're getting wrecked. Paralyzed, man. Shouldn't get that spell. That's cheating. How embarrassing. I was so intent on following the heretic tracks that I almost failed to notice they had doubled back. Almost, mind you. One tried to sneak up behind me and got a knife in the gut for his troubles. I thought myself alone, so I started searching the dead man's knapsack for anything of interest. Lo and behold, before his friends found me, I came upon this. Draw in groups of 3 or less to the observatorium. Give the signal and wait. The merchant will be watching. Be late and be left for dead. Speak for itself, does it not? They can't possibly mean to rendezvous inside the place, so we should restrict our search to the surrounding areas. Rephrase that. You should restrict your search to the wilderness around the observatorium. I will need more than a moment's rest to recover from these wounds. You guys are a mess. Who's training you? Come on, man. Alfino, we're gonna have to talk about your boys' understanding of military tactics. I'm through with listening to your excuses. We leave now. How? The woods are crawling with those blue coats, and the knights are searching every wagon that passes through the gates. Yeah, guess what? Well, stay with him then, if you think you'll fare any better. Now there's no need for that. There are places like this in my homeland, sacred snow-capped peaks where blood must not be shed. Yet your lands ever thirst for the blood of the fallen, and by your deeds it is drunk deep. No, I've done no wrong. None but meet in secret with heretics. Deny it all you will, we shall have the truth from you yet. Wizards are not the only ones skilled in the art of interrogation. Damn it all. It's quite the reaction. Ah, my goodness. Would you like a fainting count, sir? Fancy meeting you here, Cedric. I presume your work with the third brought you hither. What a tangled web, lest you wonder, we came not for the heretics, but for the merchant who has been conspiring with them. It came to our attention during the course of our investigation into the Ivy. Beggar's belief, I know, but it seems our favorite guardian spy may have been providing assistance to Iceheart. Were it not for the efforts of Lady Geary and her shinobi, we might have never discovered this connection. Master Alfino is too kind. I fear my people and I have done little to aid your search for this spy. We long to strike back against the Empire and weaken their influence in this land, to prevent the tragedy which befell Doma from reoccurring. The days ahead and the work they promise will require a very particular set of skills. Skills which I am fortunate enough to possess. If you will allow it, I would accompany you until the investigation is complete. This is a most generous offer, Lady Lugiri, and one which I gladly accept. Thank you. Though I may disappear for a time, know that I shall never be far and shall always be watching. Comforting thought. Come, Cedric, let us wait inside for Captain Ilbert to return and deliver his report. I don't know why I'm slightly lightheaded. Very weird. Captain Ilbert seemed confident that the merchant's resolve would swiftly crumble when pressed. If so, we should have new information ere long. As to whether it would bring us any closer to learning the Ivy's identity, I would rather not say. Given our adversary's cunning, I should consider us fortunate if we are spared another wild dodo chase. Gods know we have more than enough to occupy our time as it is. Oh, now I get the main. Wow! Actually quite nice. I didn't know it was that nice. Perception and GP from main story. Why? Why would you give me gathering food from a main story quest? It is. It's like a beefy. Captain Urielbird, your report if you will. Aye, Commander. Firstly, with regard to the heretic we captured, I regret to say that the man could tell us naught that we did not already know of Shiva. We have since handed him over to the Ishgardian authorities. Henceforth, the Holy See will pursue the matter independently. Our inquiries concerning the Ivy, however, have proven more fruitful. We have ascertained the channel by which the heretics acquired their information on the shipment routes. Go on. You recall the Flame we first identified as being in the Ivy's employ. From him, we were able to trace a trail of conspirators, each taking us closer to his master. Alas, the trail came to an abrupt end. Fearing that the investigation had been compromised, we took the necessary step of detaining all suspected of conspiracy. There were 5 on our list, including a Flame stationed at Revenant's Toll. The man's primary duty was to keep an inventory of donations from abroad, the particulars of which he would share with benefactors, thereby ensuring that needs did not go unfulfilled. By virtue of his role, he was privy to the details of all shipments bound for this settlement. Needless to say, that included those originating from House Forton. He knew the precise route the caravan would take, and he sold that information to a merchant. I think I can guess which one. None other. With a little encouragement, he soon confessed to knowing about aiding and abetting the heretics. Well, that is one mystery solved at least. But what of the Ivy? Are we any closer to prizing off his mask? I dare say we are, Commander. Our relentless pursuit has forced him to commit a grave error. In desperate bid to cover his tracks, the Ivy resorted to exercising certain administrative powers available only to higher-ranking members of the Immortal Flames. If you consider then that our investigation is known to barely a handful of them, the field of suspects is greatly narrowed. You mean to say that the agent is among Raban's innermost circle? Someone who has been with him since the Immortal Flames establishment? It is the most plausible explanation. Infiltration likely occurred during the company's founding, the groundwork for the act being laid beforehand. Slip in a position of authority unremarked, staying above suspicion all these years. I too was surprised, though I really should not have been. Of the 3 grand companies, Odal's was ever the more vulnerable to infiltration. Both Limsalamenta and Gridania had long-standing armed forces that lent themselves well to the formation of the Maelstrom and the Order of the Twin Adder. To all intents and purposes, it was the same people, loyal ones, aligned under the same leadership. Only the banner was different. Not so the Flames. Odal's military was made up of disparate orders, most of which were glorified mercenary companies that answered only to their own paymasters. Hardly an ideal environment in which to establish something as high-minded as a grand company. The difficulties Raban faced when founding the Immortal Flames are well known. Even after he convinced his fellow syndicate members to share the cost, there remained a small matter of finding enough bodies to fill the ranks. Indeed, given the pressing nature of the Imperial threat, that meant recruiting every passing sellsword. That sounds familiar, Alphino. Amidst the chaos of its founding, it would have been child's play to infiltrate the company. A good deal easier than now. Aye. The immortal flames have ever been caught between conflicting interests, the public and the private. Though the monetaries ultimately agreed to support the organization's founding, it was not out of charity that they did so, but simple self-preservation. Had Nail Van Darnus' ambitions been any less apocalyptic, he may be sure that they would never have risked supplying Raban with an army. It is but a wonder they did not attempt to extinguish the flames the moment the danger had passed. Turning to the present, even as we speak, our Doman allies are shadowing several high-ranking flames, many of whom could be the Ivy. Desiring to deal a blow against the Empire, the refugees were eager to lend us their aid. I expect to hear from them ere long. Very good. Pray continue your investigation with the first. Meanwhile, have the second attend to the unrest, the third join the fourth in inspecting crystal shipments. If they notice anything unusual, I want to know about it. Shiva is summoned in like manner to the other primals. The heretics will be looking for further supplies. Understood, Commander. I shall send word to Sir Emmerich, informing him of our success in identifying the heretics' abettors. Hopefully, the information will be of some use to these guardians. It is time, Commander. Yes, I'm aware. An emergency council of the Alliance leadership has been called. There have been developments in Garlemald, it would seem. As commander of the Crystal Braves, my presence has been requested. I would have you accompany me, Cedric, as the realm's stoutest champion. It is only meet that you be present for the discussion. Oh, and the antecedent has already given her consent. Lest you worry. Like me, you're doubtless eager to conclude our business with Iceheart, but like until another path to her sanctum is found, she remains beyond our reach. Celia and the Archons are sparing no effort to secure an alternate route. Until such time as they succeed, just we give some thought to the realm's other problems. I shall go on ahead to Gridania in readiness for the coming council. Meet me at Nafka's altar and we shall make our way to Lotus Stand together. I guess I'll go to Gridania. That was a long walk away. Gridania I go. Conjurer's code. Oh, yeah, of course. Alphino. My thanks for coming, Cedric. You're ready to speak with the conjurer yonder. She will show us the stand. Yes, they're waiting. That's fine.
Change has come to the Garlean Empire, and we must discuss the implications.
The rumors are true, then? The War of Succession is ended?
It is. A new emperor reigns in Garlemald.
Who?
That's a problem.
The birth and all too rapid expansion of the Garlean Empire is commonly attributed to the strategic brilliance of Solus Zosgalvis. Yet he did not rule alone. Several members of the royal household also distinguished themselves during his reign. Nevertheless, it was the eldest son who stood to inherit the throne. until his most untimely passing.
I thought us fortunate when I learned that the Emperor had died without naming a successor.
Died.
Would that the Garlean Empire had died with him.
I wonder why he did that. Get bored. I don't think he talks about
'Twas the grandson and his uncle who had the strongest claims, was it not?
Indeed, yet claims count for little without the power to assert them. High Legatus Varus Ye Galvus is a respected military leader. Not so his uncle.
Oh, he's the grandson. Okay.
So young Varus has torn the crown from his uncle's grasp and taken his place at the head of the
that's true.
Empire.
But it wasn't Emmett that died. It was Emmett's son and grandson.
Given the troubled nature of his succession, the new emperor will require time to seal his grip on power. Yet have no doubt but that he shall, for there are none left with strength enough to oppose him.
Since the success of Operation Archon, the remnants of the 14th Legion and the forces occupying Alamigo have done naught but fortify their positions. But you can be sure they'll be ready to march on us again, if their Emperor gives the word.
When, not if. They say this Varus was so set upon Eorzean annexation that he spoke out against the Meteor Project.
Plainly, the new emperor's intentions are of great concern to us all. I propose that we set aside the Cartno dispute for the present, and discuss what measures the Alliance might take to prepare for a resumption of hostilities with Garlemald.
They're just called Varus grandsire, though.
I move that we re-examine the question of how our former allies in Ishgard might be persuaded to retake their place at our side. Could Eorzea but stand as one, 'twould deal a grave blow to our enemies' ambitions.
Well, I suppose we should be grateful that they have finally acknowledged the inevitability of Imperial attack. Who knows? They may even do something about it.
I doubt it.
If only the leaders of Ishgard would follow their example and stop hiding behind their gates, praying for the coming storm to pass them by.
I don't know why Ishgard thinks they're gonna keep fighting the dragons.
That is a discussion for another time.
And the Empire at the same
At
time.
present, I am more concerned by the fact that the Alliance's mooted preparations will be made known to the Garleans many moons before their coming. So long as the Ivy eludes our grasp, no secret is safe.
escaped. It would not have escaped your notice that the nations of Eros are no inherent being of one purpose, despite their protestations to the contrary. Finally, the threat of resurgent Garlemald is not enough to stir them. And the reason for this? Deep-rooted mistrust amongst the citizenry. Nations' leaders can come to all the understandings they like, but their unity means little unless to the common folk. Take the Lamentions, for instance. Though Admiral Wirrowhip outlawed piracy over a decade ago, foreigners still picture the nation as a haven for grog-spilling, wooden-legged cutthroats. Unlucky fool. And likewise, the Gridanians are mocked as hermits who talk to trees, and the Odans scorned as swindlers who worship coin. Not that such sentiments are entirely without grounds, of course. Take that pillar of Odan society, Telegi Adeleji, for example. But that is besides the point. The fact is that people are wary of outsiders whether they have cause to be or not. On that basis, one could argue that the conflict of Cardinal is a necessary evil. Each nation has its own warmongering faction that advocates the acquisition of Omega. In order to placate them, we present them something resembling warfare and thereby curb their appetite for conflict. But enough idle musing, let us speak of a more pressing matter, the Ivy. As we spoke at the Observatorium, Captain Ilbert has further shortened his list of suspects, and by happy coincidence, the one he deems the most likely candidate is lately come to Gridania. Hunt nears its end. Cedric, all that remains is to corner our quarry. Seek out Ilbert near the Adder's Nest. He will give you the particulars. Should there be any developments in Quartus, you may be sure that I will send word without delay. In the meantime, I wish you success in apprehending the Ivy. Okay. Why am I doing that though? I thought Ilbert was doing that. I don't. Ivy's not a primal. I don't care. My thanks for coming, Scion. Doubtless the commander has informed you, but we have unmasked the Ivy. From this point on, we must proceed with extreme caution. Yeah, that makes him like makes you look thick, man. Like Zeno's butt over here. It's armor set. Dropping that Zeno's booty. Right. Listen well, the spy we have been seeking all this time is none other than Flame Marshal Helene. How do you say that? Yeah. First time I've seen it hit. I don't know why that's in there though, like, I don't know, I have to go through it. Listen well, the spy we've been seeking all this time is none other than Flame Marshal Aline Roya, Raban's second in command. Bad. She is. Prior to joining the Immortal Flame, she was a mercenary of no small renown. They say her skill with the polearm had to be seen to be believed. Of Ishgardian birth, she is the highest ranked foreigner in the Immortal Flames, barring the Flame General himself, of course. When he formed the Grand Company, Raban chose people based on their worth. Whence they hailed was of no interest. Monetarist saw things differently, however. Having funded the enterprise, they reserved the right to reject candidates nominated for high-ranking positions. And it was no secret that they did not favor foreigners, as guardians especially, after the way the Holy See forsook the alliance. Yet the monetarists did not raise so much as a murmur of protest when Roya was appointed to her post. Passing strange, is it not? Could it be that the Ivy has some hold over the monetarists? was got seen. But these revelations are secondary to our current mission. Of foremost interest to us is Roya's presence here now. As you may be aware, it is the duty of the Flame Marshal to command the immortal flames in the absence of the Flame General. While Vauban attended the Council of Alliance leaders, she should have remained in the Hall of Flames. The woman has no business being in Gridania, but here she is nonetheless. On some pretense. She's up to something, mark my words. Even as we speak, I have a dozen men trawling the Flames records for evidence of Roya's guilt. If we can catch her red-handed, we shall have all the proof we need. Which brings me to the plan. I have people watching the city gates, the airship landing, and the docks. Every point of egress, she cannot leave without our knowledge. All that remains is to shadow her until she betrays her true purpose. Can I rely upon your eyes, Scion? Nod. You have my thanks. Let us go then and take care not to alert our quarry. Why do I have to run 10 feet and talk to you again? Roya is headed in the direction of the Blue Badger Gate. With me, Scion. That's quite the spot up there. That's nice. You know this trick right here? Yes. Boom. Oh, hey, cool. So, Roya has entered the Carline canopy, meaning someone perchance? What could it be? She means to board an airship. Pray look for her within. If she is not on the upper floor, try the landing area below. One of mine is stationed there, and she may have seen something. Ephemy is her name. I shall remain here in case Roya appears. Downstairs. Space. Cedric Nightvale, such an unexpected pleasure. What brings you here? Social visit, you say? How pleasant. No, she didn't come this way. I've noted every passenger and none bore any resemblance. Well, don't let me keep you. Icon cloth, active. I don't think I've seen them a whole lot. There's still stuff I haven't seen. Surprised. Not a common item. Not as common as these. Sure. Nowhere to be seen, you say? You are sure she's not aboard an airship? There's an inn. She did not come back out either. Where in the Seven Hells could she have gone? Roost? How could I forget? Yeah, dummy. Come on now. Greetings, good sir. Might I interest you in some Moon 2 tonic? A cup a day imbues a man with great vigor. You have to take my meaning? Perhaps another time, friend. Wait, that necklace. You are Shinobi of Doma. The woman you seek has left Gridania by way of West Shore Pier. She was attired as a merchant, but these eyes are not so easily deceived. You may wish to take your search to the East Shroud. Rest assured that we shall continue to support you from the shadows. What a Chad. Take 12 for the Domans. Were it not for their unique talents, Roya would have disappeared without a trace. Our hunt leads us to the East Shroud, Scion. I suggest we follow Roya's example and take the ferry from West Shore Pier. You'll doubtless wish to make certain preparations. See to them while I go on ahead. I shall wait for you at the pier. Okay. You do that. I am gonna use the 8th right here. I'm gonna take a minute for a restroom and hydration break. Still feel a bit weird, and I don't know why. Just gonna hydrate through it. Give me 1 moment. Be right back. What button is that? This one. Boom. attempt to see if I know how to use this thing yet. Okay, I'm gonna do this. When I do, turn that off, turn that on, and then I hit this button, and that works. Does that work? Is that magic? Yeah, there we go. Maybe. Yeah, that seems to be working. I learned how to edit the scene without being in the scene. Look at that. It is magic. Feel fancy now. Also, I have itty bits. You know, like Dippin' Dots. This way, my friends. Your quarry makes for the Hawthorne hut. If Roya is truly the one we seek, we can expect that she means to make contact with her Garlean masters there. An explanation is in order. You are no doubt aware that the Garleans have their own method of communicating over great distances. While our ingenious friend at Garland Ironworks have provided us with devices which disrupt these communications, we have installed them around the city-states. In so doing, we have made it difficult for Imperial agents to correspond with their masters. Roya would thus have no choice but to rendezvous with her Imperial contact directly, yet, as a well-known face in the Immortal Flames, she cannot move about Thanalan without being recognized. It would only be a matter of time before someone saw through her disguise. It is for this reason, I believe, that she has chosen the Black Shroud for her clandestine meeting. The Elysian are a common sight here, and her comings and goings are not like to turn any heads. As my scouts tell it, the Garleans have sent agents with a mind to destroy the devices and render such direct contact unnecessary. Fortunately, our shinobi have thus far been successful in rebuffing their efforts. This is it. We need only make for Hawthorne's hut and catch Roya in the act. My people report that our quarry has departed for the Bramble Patch. Ivy returns to the Gnarls whence she came, but perhaps it is all for the better. To convict someone of her standing would require damning evidence against her. What could be better than to catch her in the act when she meets with her Garlean masters? My countrymen and I shall lie in wait in the shadows. Tread warily, my friends. Yeah. Just beyond, Roya is in conversation, individual clad in the manner of an adventurer. Imperial intermediary, no doubt. This is it, with me. Correct. Flame Marshal Aline Roya, you are under arrest for treason and espionage. You were followed, you bloody fool. Don't think you're going anywhere. Damnation. What in damnation? Yeah, don't try to move anywhere. 3 ninjas just dropped on your head. You are unarmed, my lady, and scarcely guarded for battle, but if you wish to fight, you are welcome to try. What is the meaning of this, Captain? Would you arrest me for strolling in Twelveswood? Last I looked, that was no crime, and neither was conversing with passing strangers. Feigned ignorance, then? Very well. If you do think of something to say, there will be plenty of time to say it later. Now come quietly, or I shall make you wish you had. I will offer you no struggle. After all, I have naught to hide. I'm sure you don't. Even a warrior of Roya's renown would not have hoped to escape by force. Despite her claims, her surrender does not bespeak innocence, but an awareness that her position is untenable. The ivy thus uprooted, it is to be hoped that the tendrils she entwined around the immortal flames will gradually wither and die. Mayhap then the people of Wada will have the grand company they deserve. Let us speak of the present. If I may ask, what will you do now, Cedric? I gotta go fight Shiva soon, right? So Scions seek a way into Iceheart's sanctum, and I dare say you are eager to return to the Rising Stones. Pray do not let me keep you. Fear not, my countrymen and I shall tend to the aftermath. You need not waste your talents here. And speaking of talents, you have been training in the art of the shinobi, have you not? The change in your bearing is quite evident, to me at least. I look forward to seeing you in action. Until next time, my friend. I have tried to be a ninja, Yugiri. How observant of you. Although I mostly don't play as one right now, because I unlock Samurai. It's free gear, that's very nice. And to be honest with you, I love ninja, but I still find the whole Mudra thing a pain in the butt. Welcome back, Cedric. I understand that Alfino had a task for you. May I ask what it was? Oh, just catching a traitor to, all of Eorzea. Charges of treason and espionage against Aline Roya. I scarce believe it. There do not have been some manner of misunderstanding? Now it avails us not to dwell on it. Whatever the truth may be, we must trust to the authorities to uncover it. Let us speak of another matter. I am pleased to report that we've made progress in our efforts to find a way into Iceheart's sanctum. Good. Julia as you may recall, Iceheart used the Aetheryte in the depths of Snowcloak to teleport a short distance to the west, most likely to a sanctuary of some description. It is there that we suspect she means to summon Shiva using the crystal she stole from the House for Tonk caravan. The heretics believe that they are bringing about the second coming of their patron saint. But if, as we suspect, they mean to hold a summoning ritual of the kind employed by the beast tribes, It seems likely that the result will be something more akin to a primal. Suffice it to say, they must be stopped. Stop them we shall. First, we must surmount the obstacle that Acer has placed in our path. Ordinarily, it would be a simple matter to tap into the established Aethernet and thereby follow our quarry. However, despite our best efforts, we have been unable to ascertain the position of the Aetherite to which she teleported. Our prevailing theory is that she destroyed the second Aetherite upon arrival, a reckless, desperate measure, but also an effective one. After discussing the matter at length with Oriange, we have concluded that we lack the expertise to develop a solution. Which is why we have called upon the aid of one who does possess such expertise, a colleague of ours who is currently en route to Revenant's Toll from Charlian. She should be arriving within the hour, in fact. Since you are here, mayhap we could welcome her together. I'm certain she would appreciate the gesture. Let's make our way to the northern gates and wait coming. Oh man. Oh man, oh geez. Boy. Know who it's gonna be. I like the hive knives. Nice.
Minfilia, am I right?
None other. I bid you welcome to Revenant's Toll, and thank you for traveling so far on such short notice.
As if I could ever say no to Urianger.
Moonbreeder is an accomplished Charlian scholar, and an authority on Aetherite technologies. He has played an invaluable role in our search for a means to capture Ascian souls.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Surely. Let us return to the Rising Stones at once, then. We have much to discuss. Okay. Rita's here.
Moon! Gods, it's been ages!
Oh, longer, sister.
A joyous reunion indeed.
Well, of course it is. Moon and I are like twin sisters.
Save in appearance and aptitude.
Oh man, how could you do that, Pablo? Crushing blow.
Everyone, if I could have your attention. We have with us an esteemed guest who has come from Charlian to assist us. I bid Moonbreeder join us here that she might share with us her extensive knowledge of Aetherites. Also, as many of you are already aware, she has been overseeing our research into white auracite, a sample of which she has been good enough to bring with her.
You haven't talked about this before, Ophelia?
Well, I had to come, didn't I? You'd have to be bloody daft to turn your nose up at a chance like this. Where better to conduct my final tests than a land so steeped in ether you can taste it?
'Tis plain the passage of the years hath done little to dampen thy youthful spirits. And nothing at all to reform thy youthful manner.
Oriange, where in the hells have you been hiding?
Unhand me.
In his books. Where else would he be?
I come all this way, and that's what you have to say to me. I much preferred when you were pleading with me to drop everything and hurry to your side. What was it you said? None save thee can satisfy this need.
Oh goodness, phrasing.
Go on.
Hankred's got it.
Thine artless attempts to misrepresent mine all too innocent motives do thee little credit. Mine intent, as well thou knowest, was but to impress upon thee the gravity of the circumstance. Lest thou doubt, a deiform entity shall shortly be summoned, save if thou and no other grantest my compeers thine aid.
You still haven't found it, then? Your missing Aetherite?
We have not. No. We know that Iceheart teleported to an Aetherite not far from the first. Yet even after careful analysis, we could not locate the second beacon. We now suspect that the heretics destroyed the second Aetherite to impede our pursuit. Our allies continue to scour Snowcloak for Iceheart's sanctuary, but we have no guarantee that they will find it. Yet it must be found, for even now Iceheart prepares to call upon Saint Shiva.
I'm sorry, but if the Aetherite's been destroyed, then that's that. Although, you're absolutely sure she used the first Aetherite, are you? She didn't just use teleportation magics?
One of our own bore witness to her escape. I can say with absolute certainty that Iceheart used the Aetherite.
Do I know?
In that
I know
case,
that?
there might be a way, so long as the ethereal current is still flowing.
I don't feel like I'm expert
Truly?
enough
How?
to know.
We use the current to recreate the beacon. As you know, Aetherites are a bit like lighthouses. We use them to reconstitute our physical forms when crossing the ethereal sea. Without them, we'd lose all sense of direction and our essence would dissipate. However, we don't rely solely on these beacons. There are currents of ether which flow between them, currents which help guide us to our destination. Now, these currents will gradually dwindle away to nothing if an Aetherite is destroyed. But if even a sluggish flow remains, we could theoretically use it to direct a surge of concentrated ether towards the void left by the beacon, and thereby fill it up again.
Like opening the floodgates to fill a dry riverbed. Though, correct me if I'm wrong, but would we not need a veritable reservoir of ether?
Yeah.
In concert, we might manage to channel a sufficient volume, yet that is not my chief concern.
Yeah, there you go. Sorry about that.
To direct the flow of so great a volume of ether with the requisite precision would be a nigh impossible task in itself.
I barely succeeded in facilitating travel to an unattuned beacon. That which you describe sounds considerably more difficult.
and dangerous. Every person who has attempted to teleport in this fashion has died in the process. They, however, did not have white aura sight at their disposal. I can use it to channel all the ether you can give me into the aetheryte. However, white aura sight cannot retain ether for an extended period of time, so we would need to infuse it immediately beforehand.
Not very confident though that everybody has died doing this.
Just so you know, I'd confidently give this plan better than even odds of success. And if the worst comes to worst, your people won't suffer.
Though it risk the lives of our best and brightest, we have not the time to seek other options.
Wait.
If the ethereal current still flows, we shall carry out Moonbreeder's plan.
That's me you're talking about. I'm agreeing
That's
to
the
this.
spirit. Let's roll the dice.
On a slightly better than 50-50. What? Come on, man. Right? Everybody's like, it's just Cedric. He'll just dissipate into the ether. And should this fail, no big deal. Not a problem. I've already informed Alfino of our plan to recreate the beacon in the manner Moonbreeda described. He agreed that despite the inherent danger, it represents our only hope of success. He also said that he wished to meet with you at Snowcloak before proceeding. I expect you will find him waiting for you there when you arrive. I want you to know that I appreciate everything you've done on our behalf, Cedric, and I have faith you will return to us, as you always have. It's an awfully, like, maybe I'll never see you again message from Humanphilia, but I guess I'll just carry through on this thing that everybody has died from. 100%. Go outside. Dragon head. Hey. Nice. Wow, what's the ice crystal? Good to see you, Cedric. I was starting to wonder if you were having second thoughts. Captain Ilbert sends his regards. By the way, he tends to the interrogation of Roya and not even speak. I shall not distract you from the matter at hand. We can discuss the Ivy upon your return. I trust that, by which I mean to say, the others are waiting for us at the Aetheryte. After you, Scion. See, at least Alfie knows. It's not like, I trust that you'll return to us, like some kinda, like, trying to make me feel better kind of way. Doesn't work. Wait, since we're all here, couldn't we just all put the ether into it at the same time anyway? Rather than use this. There, it's ready. Ah, it worked. Think. Try tuning to the Aetheryte now. Feel for the current and try to locate the beacon. We've done all we can, Cedric. For now, let us withdraw. When your final preparations are complete, you must seek out the beacon we have created. If, by the grace of the 12, you arrive safely, you must stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva. She summons Shiva. She summons Shiva. Cannot ignore the possibility that our actions have alerted Iceheart to our plans. Should that be the case, she may attempt to hasten the completion of the summoning ritual. And if she succeeds, you will have little choice but to face Shiva in battle. Knowing little of this saint, I cannot say if your own strength will suffice, and so I would encourage you to call upon your allies. Some may have reservations about wagering their lives on the success of Minbrida's experiment, but others will surely agree that desperate times call for desperate measures. Ah, before you assemble your party, pray speak with that knight. I believe he has a message for you from Sir Emmerich. Sir Emmerich regrets that he could not be here in person and asks that I read to you this letter. Ishgard faces an unprecedented threat, yet in our hour of need it is not her knights who stand poised to defend her. Cedric Nightvale, the warrior of light, Savior Eorzea, your deeds this day shall not be forgotten. Where others would flee, you choose to remain. Where others would falter, you rise to the challenge. Where others would use their gifts for selfish ends, you wield yours in service to a greater cause. May Halon bless you with good fortune and see you safely home. Dong. Alright. Good for Shiva. Ah! I think that was a yes. Yep. Have enough, I don't know. I haven't done anything on 6.1 at all. Oh, no ears on. Oh, I can do 70-80 dungeons now too. Nice. More roulettes are open. There we go. Yeah, we're very excited about the Loper Tribe quest and the Island Sanctuary. The island we're definitely looking forward to the island. We'll probably reactivate for the island.
You should never have come here, warrior of light. I labor only to forge a lasting peace. A peace you would deny us out of ignorance and blind faith. No matter. If it is our fate to be at odds, then it is mine to strike you down.
Oh boy.
We whom gods and men have forsaken shall be the instruments of our own deliverance. Partake of my flesh. Fill this vessel with your light. Walk amongst your brothers and sisters once more.
This is one of the coolest things in the game.
Saint Shiva, still the hatred within our hearts and bless us with eternal grace.
Oh boy. Somebody recognized. Oh, I did the wrong. Because of that too. Oh. Not paying attention. Okay, they'll think I know anyway. You gotta hit it before she... Yeah. Who's gonna get it? Who gets the boot? Didn't get stepped on by sheep. Get out. Get out. That's over. Yay! Oh, poetics too. I'll calm you for getting stepped on. Congratulations.
Fool. Blind, bloody fool. You, of all people, should understand the suffering war begets. that no sacrifice is too great if it brings an end to the violence.
I mean, man,
Mine
complicated.
is the righteous cause.
Everybody thinks theirs is the righteous cause.
You fight in a war you do not understand. A pawn of liars and schemers.
I mean, that's true, but what were you gonna do to people?
And they are no less
Shiva?
ignorant than you. Following the creed of their fathers without question, never thinking to ask why.
Fair.
Trapped in a delusion of their own creation, and blind to the truth. Warrior of Light, redemption is not beyond us. We who walk before may lead those who walk after. Seek the Keeper of the Lake. See with eyes unclouded. Do not squander Mother's gift. Hear, feel, think.
Oh shit. What are you?
And so the vessel withdraws, a predictable outcome. Nevertheless, La Habrea will be pleased. How unfortunate.
Yay! Thank you. By the 12, you're alive. Yeah, he is. I mean, of course you're alive. Why wouldn't you be? Moonbreeder, come on. Moonbreeder. Please. Iceheart did what? You're certain about that, are you? Javanians are skilled claimers after all. Look, if you say that's what you saw, I believe you. Just that I've never heard of a primal being summoned like that before. Are you sure you're not injured? Head trauma has been known to cause hallucinations, you see. No? Fair enough. I was only asking. You're doubting me, Moon. If you ask me, there's naught to be gained from mulling over the implications of your story in the freezing cold. Let's save it for the Rising Stones, huh? I get everyone to meet us there. Ah, but before that, you had best pay a visit to Wiper in front and speak with Alfino. He's probably worried sick about you. Why is he not here? That or he's busy playing at politics with the Ishgardians. Either way, I'm sure he'll be delighted to see you hale and healthy. Speaking of which, you don't have a headache or anything, do you? No? Blurred vision? No reason. Why do you think I have a concussion? Moon, please. Sorry to drop in like this. There he is, the none and none were the worse for wear. Was there ever any doubt that the Wear of Light would succeed? I think I speak for us all when I say that I should like nothing more than to hear the stirring tale of your victory. You would be so kind. Then we were too late to prevent the summoning. But not too late to prevent further loss of life. An outcome worthy of celebration, and one for which we have Cedric to thank. Yes, you are right, of course, Sir Emmerich. We should be content with what we have accomplished. I, for one, could not have wished for a better outcome. Shiva is no longer a threat, and the heretics have been routed. Aye, there is the matter of Iceheart's escape, but she cannot run forever. Whether it takes days, weeks, moons, or even years, my knights will find her. In the meantime, Lord Dromont, is the caravan ready? Supplies that your men recovered have been prepared for transport in accordance with your wishes. Rest assured that my knights will see them safely to Ravenous Toll. Of that I have no doubt. I take it these are the self-same supplies the heretics stole from the House Forton caravans? Less the crystals which comprise the bulk of the shipment, yes, scarcely a fraction of that which was promised, but a meaningful contribution to your cause all the same. Ah, on an unrelated note, Cedric, may I trouble you to accompany me to Camp Dragonhead at your earliest convenience? It is not for my benefit. A certain lord was most distressed when he learned of your intent to risk life and limb to stop Iceheart. It took half a dozen knights to restrain him, I'm told. Morsafon. 6 people had to hold you down? Men give vent to their anxieties in myriad ways. Pray do not think less of him. I don't think anything less of him. Took 6 people to hold him down to keep him from getting to me. It's pretty impressive. Absolute Chad. I mean, sure. We're just already in the zone. Lazy. I mean, I'm lazy. I don't know. They're both lazy, aren't they? What were you thinking, Cedric? Wagering your very being on a dubious theory which might allow you to enter Iceheart's lair, knowing full well that she could have sufficient forewarning to complete her ritual of summon Shiva anyway? Then engaging the abomination in mortal combat? By the fury, Cedric, 'tis the stuff of ballads, a battle for the ages. Would that I had been there to fight by your side. Yet here I was forced to wait, condemned to wonder at the fate of dear friend for a veritable eternity. I would not wish such torture on my most hated enemy. Ah, but you are here now, and that is what truly matters. Let us move on. Sir Emmerich wished to have words with you and Master Alfino in private. He waits as an intercessory. I'll show you at once.
On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, allow me to express my deepest thanks. Never before have we been required to contend with a primal. Indeed, there were fears in some quarters that our knights might not be equal to the task.
It sounded horrible.
From what we have now learned of these beings, I can say with certainty that we would have lost a great many men had the Scions not intervened.
Then the argument for preemptive action should be self-evident. Perchance now you will reconsider my proposal that Ishgard move against Nautalon.
No, they probably won't.
Ere we first met, a similar proposal was tabled, but the Holy See decreed that we were to observe, and that military action should be taken only in self-defense. All things considered, it was not an unreasonable decision. Since the calamity, 2 vigils have fallen to the Horde, while Garuda has never shown any inclination to storm the gates of judgment.
However,
which is why this unprecedented crisis and its resolution may prompt a change in policy. You who have faced these primals know well the threat they pose. Ishgard did not. Not until now. And there is naught like a brush with death to change a man's outlook.
At the very least, this should silence any lingering objections to our arrangement with Revenant's Toll. The Holy See may even feel moved to grant us its formal endorsement.
It's
So
progress.
far as it is possible, the Scions shall be compensated for their service.
We should be grateful for any aid you can provide.
As a gesture of good faith, I shall withdraw my previous request. Your people are doubtless needed elsewhere.
That will not be necessary. We, too, have a vested interest in watching Dravania's movements.
I see. Once more, I must thank you.
Sir Emmerich, if I may, do you truly believe that Midgard-Zoma could return?
The heavens are a window unto truth, but those who interpret their movements are not infallible. I requested your involvement as a precautionary measure.
But of course, you sought an excuse to compensate us from the first, mindful of what would happen if Revenant's toll were taken by your enemies. Ishgard is not wont to aid its neighbors, but that does not preclude it from manipulating them to serve its own interests.
Choose your next words carefully.
He has the right of it, though.
Do you know what sort of man becomes Lord Commander of the Temple Knights? One who comes from good stock. I did not. Yet here I am now. Why do you suppose that is? Because I swiftly learned to tell the difference between words, deeds, and beliefs.
I mean, sure, but also...
You are correct, Master Leveilleur. Ishgard desires to see Revenant's toll flourish, as it would present a troublesome obstacle to our enemies from the south.
We are so glad to be of use to you.
As we are to you. Ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement, lest we forget, one born of necessity. The dragons grow more restless by the day, and the heretics harry us nigh without cease. We have contended with such troubles for centuries, but there are limits to even our endurance. Yet as a pauper is loath to part with his meager possessions, the leaders of Ishgard are not wont to render up their trust to outsiders. But with perseverance on our part, they may yet be made to see the light. Nevertheless, one must take care when walking the road less traveled.
Wise words, Sir Emmerich. I shall make a point to remember them. I must apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope it will not sour our good relations.
Wasn't really an outburst, though.
Not at all.
Correct.
You but spoke from the heart.
Yeah.
I trust you understand that at times my duties may prevent me from meeting with you. On such occasions, my second in command will speak for me.
Lucia, at your service. Pray excuse our reticence. We are but wary of speaking too freely, lest our sentiments be made known to our enemies. Know that the Lord Commander and I are of one mind. For the sake of Ishgard, and of Eorzea at large, I pray our peoples can put aside their differences. Those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future.
Should aught befall one of our shipments, pray inform Lucia immediately. You may also relay to her any words you might have for me alone. Not being of Ishgardian birth, she owes no allegiance to any noble house, making her as near to incorruptible as one can find in my homeland. Suffice it to say, I trust her completely, and so may you.
Those are very good words.
Which reminds me, Lord Orchefort, if you would be so kind?
Certainly.
In times such as these, trust is ever in short supply. Mayhap this will go some way to rectify the problem. The results of our investigation into the heretics' recent attacks, as well as our interrogation of the merchant you detained.
Sir Emmerich, I cannot thank you enough.
Think nothing of it. Ishgard may be many things, but it is no friend to Garlemald.
Did I not tell you to have faith, my friend?
Let's travel with it. 3 more. Absolutely. Can absolutely finish this. It would seem we have much to discuss with our friends of the Rising Stones. What you say is true. Iceheart's method of summoning Shiva defies all precedent. It necessitates a complete reappraisal of the primal threat and of our approach to combating it. Moreover, there are grave ramifications if word of this incident reaches Imperial ears. The Garlean Empire believes that primals are an insufferable menace, but their mere existence is a threat to this very star. As such, they deem any action taken against the beast tribes to be justified by default. Imagine then if it became known that it was not only the beast tribes of Eorzea that could summon primals, but her civilized peoples as well. Any lingering objections to the Eorzean campaign would vanish overnight. Where before we had to contend with a single Imperial Legion, we could well find ourselves facing the combined might of all Garlemald. But I speak unadvisedly. Come, Cedric, it is better that we continue this conversation in Mordona. Thank you.
Words cannot well express how glad I am to see you return to us hale and whole. Needless to say, I am most eager to hear your account of that which occurred in Kurthis, assuming you're ready to speak of it.
No.
Excellent. I shall summon the others at once.
Y'all were fine with me evaporating into dust.
Iceheart used her own body as a vessel for a primal soul?
Master Louisoir's writings make no mention of such a possibility. Can we be certain this entity was a primal?
Yes. That I know.
Certain as we can be that good King Mogulmog XII was a primal, I should think. Both were ostensibly summoned.
Let's not quibble over definitions. Of more concern is the implication that Iceheart retained her will, even after she was possessed. We are talking about a mortal, wielding the power of a primal.
It can't possibly be that easy, can it? There must be some sort of sacrifice required. Or maybe she's just special?
What qualities this woman possesseth, I know not. But full sure am I that she was groomed for this role. Few are privy to the secrets of summoning, and but a single party standeth to profit from their dissemination.
Very true.
Well, I wouldn't presume to comment on how the lass came to know about summoning, but I will say that what she summoned was a primal. The readings were the same, or near as damn it. Strange as it all sounds, it's really no different from what you've faced before.
Then mayhap it is time that we re-examined our previous encounters.
Pack your things, Ida. We're going back to Gridania.
Yes, sir.
About Iceheart's final words to you. Hear, feel, think. Hydaelyn speaks to her as well.
Yeah.
If Iceheart is blessed with the power of the Echo, she will doubtless have used it to further her goals. Or could it be that it was a revelation granted her by the Echo which first set her on this path? She did say that the Ishgardians were blind to the truth. Do you think she has knowledge of the origins of the Ishgardian-Dravanian War? It would do much to explain her unwavering conviction.
Did not the Lady Iceheart implore thee to seek the Keeper of the Lake? And did she not imply that in so doing thou wouldst come to see with eyes unclouded?
She did.
Midgard-Zoma was a king amongst kings who reigned for centuries on end. But he is dead and his wisdom lost to the ages. Unless the Ishgardians' fears are well-founded. It would seem we have yet another reason to stand watch over the Keeper of the Lake. For a mercy, we are well positioned to do so. Iceheart, Shiva, Ascians, and Midgard-Zoma. I shudder to think how they're all connected.
Boom. I mean to scour the annals for knowledge of Midgard-Zoma. Given his great age, I dare say he appears in more than a few... Did you hear that? Commotion outside. You see if aught is... I didn't hear anything. There wasn't a sound. Cedric, 'tis well that you're on hand. We have a problem. Roya has escaped. It happened shortly after the Immortal Flames took her into custody. She had been placed in a dungeon cell ahead of her coming trial, but apparently the accommodation was not to her liking. No, of course not. Why, thank you. The turnkey was found slain along with 2 guards. 'Tis plain she received inside help. Citizens report seeing Roya quitting the city via the Gate of Nod with a bloodied spear in her hand. She makes for Castra Meridianum, I am certain of it. Her fate in Eorzea as good as sealed. What recourse has she but to flee to her imperial masters? Even as we speak, Captain Ilberd and the First are hot upon Roya's heels. Pray make haste to Camp Bluefog and join the hunt. Okay. Ilberd. My thanks for coming, sire. I've spoken with the soldiers here. They say that Roya walked through the camp not a bell ago. Right, she walked right through. You did not mishear. We have Raban's decision to keep the matter secret to thank for that. Bad for morale, he said. As a result, not a single flame in the garrison made any attempt to detain her, so here we are. Roya must not be allowed to reach Castra Meridianum. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, it's glowy time. This wretch was Roya. He threw himself at us that his mistress might escape. She didn't blink when he cut him down, not even when he started screaming. No loyalty even to her own, the goddamn harpy. With me, Scion, we almost have her. Okay. Maybe. Gotta fight. Whole group. Imperials here. Try the default noise gate. Maybe doesn't trigger. I don't know. I don't know what to set. I have to find her and fight. Sure. Yeah, why did we put her in care of the works for? Has friends with. Be loyal to her instead. Good work, men. All the way up. Seen her Imperial cronies close, but better. Behold, a respected officer of the Immortal Flames looked up to you. One of the Order's founding members, pillars, saddens being fallen so. You know of love. You, a spoiled little lordling, never known anyone. People said you take wealth and birth for granted. Think of it your God's given right to rule over others. You know not of our plight. Justice that low-bornish guardians must endure. The noble lords and ladies were not people with resources. I did what I had to survive. Killing, ignoring myself. No fault of mine. Fools imagine me a paid paragon when I joined the flame. Here you tell it, one would think you person ever to have suffered. In case you have forgotten, Raban himself was born into poverty, as was I. Lived hand to mouth, with little more than shirts on our backs. Hunger was our constant companion. Yet never did we bemoan our lot in life, nor did we begrudge others their. We accepted the hand that we had dealt and played it to the ability. Life was a battle high, but no matter what fate threw at us, we in and came back for more. Everything we have, we fought for. How are we any different then? True that we are both mercenaries. It is true that we both had our fair share of struggles. Whereas I sold my sword, comrades. Life has taught me one thing, is that you'd never betray your own. Cut off my own arm, then raise a hand against a friend. Enough talk. Return to Old Da to face justice. Trust you have dragged through the gutter. Haha. Not so much as a hint of remorse. Tis well that this sort of business is finally at an end. Friend's betrayal cuts deeper than steel. We must hope that we have chosen our own allies more wisely than Raban chose his.
I've heard. Truly bothersome business. No, I do not foresee a problem on that front. The main concern is Raban. There is no telling what the brute might do. Have the Blades watch him in the flames day and night. You may leave the Sultana to me. I shall personally attend her grace.
I bet you will.
Sever one of the East Aldenard trade routes. That ought to keep Lolorito occupied for a while. Nanamo Ulnamo. For my sake, pray be a good little Sultana to the last.
This is gonna turn out to be like the perfect amount of time. Perfect timing. This is it. Captain Ilbert and I have a few questions for the Flame Marshal regarding the circumstances of her miraculous escape. When we have completed our interrogation, we shall take our findings directly to General Raban, and that shall be the end of it. Your work here is done, my friend. My thanks. Ah, but I have one last task for you. Return the Rising Stones and apprise Menphilia of all that has happened. I'm aware that the incident held Roya in great high regard. For better or worse, she will want to know how this tale ends. Okay.
Welcome back, my friend. I have already received word from Alfino. To think that Flame Marshal Huayu was the Garlean agent.
Ryu, okay.
I know not what to say.
Ryu?
Together with Robon, Eileen lent us much needed aid at the time of our order's founding. She was particularly passionate about the need to tackle the primal threat. When we discussed the subject, her eyes fairly shone with determination. Whatever else she may have been, I choose to believe that it was her true self with whom I spoke then. But now is not the time to dwell on such matters. I have an important announcement to make regarding our effort to defeat the Ascians. We shall begin as soon as everyone is assembled. My thanks for coming, friends. Moonbreeder, the floor is yours.
By now, I'm sure you're all familiar with white auricide, the miraculous material that'll allow us to capture Ascian souls.
I'm not familiar with it at all.
Back at Snowcloak, we verified its ability to absorb vast amounts of ether.
That's true.
Alas, it leaves something to be desired in the area of stability. The stone can only store ether for a short while before expelling its contents.
In addition to auricide's inherent limitations, we must needs be wary of our enemy's strength. Our foe draweth upon an infinite wellspring of power. Even should we succeed in entrapping him, the stone will not long contain his wrath.
Meaning that, if we want to kill the swine, we'll have to be quick about it.
'Tis our belief that an Ascian soul may be permanently undone, if smitten by a sufficiently concentrated burst of pure ether.
Okay.
The only trouble is, we can't say for sure how concentrated the burst needs to be. Without knowing how much ether an Ascian soul is composed of, we're basically guessing.
Just overdo it.
Our sole clue lieth in thy struggle with La Habrea.
Just as strong as possible.
During that encounter, Heidelin bid you forge what she called a Blade of Light, a weapon which took the form of a luminous stream of energy. Based on your description, we believe the blade with which you vanquished your foe was composed of ether. Admittedly, your victory proved ephemeral, as La Habrea was able to use a crystal of darkness to flee into the space that lies between our world and the void. The fact remains, however, that Heidelin placed the means to destroy the Ascians in your hands. Be that as it may, it would be unwise to assume that you will do the same when we next encounter such a foe.
We gotta
Quite
do it
so,
ourselves.
my lady. We must needs find the means to forge our own blade of ether, one to equal that which Heidelin did benevolently bestow upon her champion.
That is all well and good, but it seems to me that producing such a blade will require a prodigious quantity of ether. Whence will it come, pray tell?
Oh, what if we had two pieces of white auricide? One to trap the Ascian, and the other to store the ether for the blade.
Hey, how about that?
Oh, nice try. But it's as I said, the stone won't hold ether for any length of time. We'd still need to collect the stuff there and then, sorry to say.
That's fair.
And therein lies the rub. Finding a way to create the blade whenever and wherever we choose.
'Twould seem more research is in order.
Ooh. To do.
I'm going to linger a while, perform a few more tests on the auricite. And I could do with some help. Urianger, why don't you lend me a hand?
Yeah, Ryan
Mine apologies, but I am required at the Waking Sands.
No, you're not. Go help her.
Lady Minfilia hath given me sole charge of the premises. 'Twould be unseemly to leave them unattended.
The heck of an excuse.
Sole charge, you say? So you're basically alone there, then? Well, that settles it. I'll just have to come to you.
Backfired.
While you were afield, word arrived from the Sharlayan motherland
Oh?
You will recall that a survey party was dispatched to investigate the incident at the Isle of Vow. What they discovered was troubling, to say the least. According to the report, the Isle has been erased from existence. 'Twas as if a hole had been torn in the very fabric of reality.
Aye, yet the mystery endeth not with the Isle's disappearance. It hath come to light that a number of scholars in various other locales were reported missing at a similar juncture.
Interesting.
What's more, they all had something in common with the head of the students of Baldessian. Every last one of them was researching a phenomenon called dimensional compression, or the rejoining as the ancient texts call it. I'll be damned if that's a coincidence.
All indications suggest Ascian involvement. But I sense that a force greater still is at work. The entity the Dark Beings call the One True God. We must pray that my dear friend Kryl regains consciousness soon. If she bore witness to the Isle of Val's final moments, she may be able to shed some light on this mystery.
I don't remember what happened to that place at all. If they even talked about it again. I don't know if they did. Oh.
Following the calamity, the forces of the 14th Imperial Legion entrenched themselves in strategic locations across Eorzea. So swiftly did they accomplish this, it was suspected that they had received help. To think that it came from Huayu, my right hand.
Right. What? How do you say her name?
There is more. We have reason to believe that Huayu didn't deal exclusively with the 14th. She also answered to a higher authority in Garlemald. But this higher authority could not have been the Emperor. By consenting to the Media Project, Solus Zos Galvus showed himself to be more concerned about preventing the spread of primal influence than claiming Eorzea for the Empire. He would happily have seen the lot reduced to ash. We believe a number of high-ranking figures within the royal household were against the decision, but that they knew better than to oppose the Emperor openly. Of course, this didn't prevent them from making clandestine provisions, in which Huayu played a part.
Huayu, right.
Alas, these provisions did not prevent Dalamud from falling, and the ensuing chaos changed the face of the realm forever. Yet Eorzea survived. To all intents and purposes, the Meteor Project had failed, and the Empire was left to rue its lack of a decisive means to eliminate the primals. Until, that is, it stumbled upon the Ultima weapon.
I like how they wanted to get rid of primals. So they dropped the moon, which ended up being the ultimate primal.
The 14th had the might to overwhelm our weakened armies. Yet they chose to hide behind their walls. Why?
The Black Wolf was wary of making the denizens of Eorzea desperate, lest more primals emerge to bleed the land. The discovery of the Ultima weapon, however, emboldened him to resume his war of conquest in earnest.
But there was one in Garlemald who believed that Van Belsar's actions were premature. One who stood higher in the Imperial Army's chain of command. He ordered the Legatus to halt his advance, only to find that the Black Wolf had slipped its leash, and that the 14th now acted alone. In a bid to bring Van Belsar to heel, he used the agent he had planted in Ul'dah prior to the calamity to undermine the Legion's efforts.
A man who outranks Van Belsar, yet opposed the late Emperor's decision to annihilate Eorzea. This could only be the former High Legatus of the Garlean army, now known as Emperor Varus Zos Galvus. So he was Huayu's true master.
Huayu's.
But one of several in actual fact. We've learned that even as Huayu served the Empire's interests, she sold Imperial secrets to a certain faction in Eorzea. In so doing, She helped to maintain the status quo, thus prolonging the conflict. Considering who stands to profit from war, it isn't hard to imagine who her other masters were.
Syndicate.
7 hells! You mean to say that she was a double agent?
Of course.
Huh, triple, if you consider her services to Van Belsar and the new Emperor as separate.
It's fair.
As neatly as these pieces seem to fit, one aspect of the puzzle remains unclear to me. By whose will was the Marshal feeding intelligence to the heretics? And try as I might, I fail to see how aiding their cause would profit either her Imperial or Monetarist masters. Could it be that another hand is at work here? If so, why you must be made to reveal whose it is.
Not only have I lost a trusted friend, now I must interrogate her as a stranger.
Not a pleasant task, I grant you, but a necessary one. Unless we weed out the ivy, root, stalk, and stem, it will simply grow back.
I know that full well. Those closest to Huayu have already been detained, and I will question them alongside her.
General, pray keep in mind that there may be unwitting abettors among them.
I think he knows that.
All will be treated fairly. On that you have my word. Those who are innocent have no cause to fear.
Raban knows what he's doing. How if you know?
You have ever been a friend of truth, General. I hope the unpleasant task of weeding out falsehood will not detain you too long. Though it be for the sake of Eorzea, doubting one's comrades is poison to the soul. And with that, I take my leave.
Oh, boy. I do not feel great.
All these years, I've been made to dance to their tune. How could you, Huayu? How could you side with them? Those cankers who take from this land and give naught in return, who use their power to disempower and grow fat while the people starve.
Mm-hmm. How it works.
I know you can hear me, monetarist scum! Your crimes will not go unpunished! One day I will purge this land of your sickness! Before the eyes of the 12, I swear it!
Stuffed animal. Stuffed chocobo.
I shall
Animal,
have
that's
no
cute.
further need of you this day. Your Grace.
Raban telling him to get walked.
I fear that not even mine own chambers shall remain private for long.
Are they?
Has the situation grown so grim?
Ever since he proposed the Cartiner Reclamation Bill, Teleji Adeleji has risen to greater prominence upon the backs of impoverished refugees. The monetarists were ever united in their pursuit of profit, but the man's actions have torn a rift in their ranks. They snap at each other as rabid dogs.
Huh?
Yet now
Oh,
is not
no.
the time to be bickering among ourselves.
If this bickering is a threat to law and order, might you not have grounds to dissolve the Syndicate?
Would that the solution were so simple, Admiral. Alas, my moving to dissolve the Syndicate is certain to spark outrage among the influential merchant class, whom the Cabal represents. This would serve to exacerbate the current unrest, and peace would slip still further away.
It's a very
Be they
delicate
rich or
matter.
poor, natives or refugees, all who reside in Ul'dah have a right to pursue happiness. It is the duty of a ruler to protect this right. If I am to perform my duty, I must needs tread warily. It would not do to make enemies heedlessly.
It's a little late for that, though.
Were Lord Lolorito here, he would doubtless say that I have my head in the clouds.
A ruler is required to take a wide view. Try as we might to cater to all needs, some will inevitably be overlooked. As such, there shall ever be citizens who feel aggrieved. It cannot be helped. But as you have informed us, the monetarists take no view but their own. They hunger for power while the masses starve. In the absence of a common cause, it seems beyond any one individual to make Uldar whole.
Nuts, why are you being butt?
And the presence of a Garlean agent within the immortal flames only makes matters worse. Even accounting for Uldar's historic reliance upon mercenaries, such a grievous breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will provide the monetarists with a rod to beat Rauban.
Eorzea can ill afford for the immortal flames to be dampened now. Ere long, the Garleans will turn their ravenous gaze toward our lands once more. If we are to resist their might, our nations must stand together. Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation in Uldar.
The true wealth of Uldar lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas, the citizens shall never know these things, so long as their lives are ruled by the ambitions of the few. The monetarists claim to represent the best interests of the people, but in sooth they desire only to manipulate them for their own selfish ends. For the government to serve the people, it must be formed of the people.
That's right.
For Uldar to move forward, it is not only the Syndicate that must be dissolved.
That's a fair point.
Nay, you jest.
My friends, it was for no other reason than to make known to you mine intent that I requested your presence here. When I make my declaration to the people, chaos shall inevitably ensue. As the last monarch in the line of Ul, I make unto you this request. Help Rauban to preserve order and protect the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves. For a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Uldar.
Your Grace, are you certain of this?
There is no other way. When the time is ripe, the nation shall become a true republic. Both royalists and monetarists shall cease to be. Uldar will no longer belong to kings or queens or merchant princes, but to her people.
I get where you're coming from, Animo. I do. There was so much money around. Guess what?
Rauban, forgive me for casting aside all that you have toiled for in my name. Beyond this gesture, I am powerless to help my subjects.
Okay, there it is. 2.4 is complete. Only a couple minutes over. Perfect timing. So that starts 2.5. But what we're gonna do? Yeah, good stuff. About 4 hours to do a whole patch MSQ. That's not bad. Tomorrow, before we go into 2.5, it'll be Crystal Tower time. Excuse me. again, I think I skipped everything about it. I don't know. I don't remember or know anything about it. Yeah. You know, we meet you know who and all that, but I don't believe I remember anything about the story at all. So that's what I'm gonna do tomorrow. Because, well, I could do so like. It's not required for 2.5, but it is required for 2.55, and only like the second half of 2.55. So, but instead of like going through like 3/4 of 2.5, the last part of main story quest here, I'm just gonna do the Crystal Tower first, and then we'll do 2.5 through the rest of the week. I'll be back here tomorrow. Hopefully I feel better. This is rough on me today. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm feeling this, but I will see you tomorrow if you are on. Alright. Hit the button. Boom. Boom. Bye bye.